morning, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all to the 6th International Conference on Contemporary Management, conducted by the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. A very warm welcome to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sri Sakunaraja, and Dr. T. Mangleswaran. Cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Ladies and gentlemen, now let me invite the following dignitaries to light the oil lamp. First and foremost, let me welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sri Sakunaraja, to light the oil lamp. And he'll be followed by the registrar. Ladies and gentlemen, he'll be followed by the Emeritus Professor Pon Balasundaram Pillai, former Vice Chancellor and the present Council Member. Professor Mohana Das, former Vice Chancellor and the Council Member as well. Professor N. Shanmalingam, former Vice Chancellor. Dr. T. Mangleswaran, Rector, Vavaniya Campus. The Acting Vice Chancellor and the Dean, Faculty of Science. Dr. K. Surya Kumar, Dean, Faculty of Agriculture. Dr. K. Sudhakar, Dean, Faculty of Arts. And he will be followed by Dr. Y. Nandagoban, Dean, Faculty of Business Studies, Vavaniya Campus, University of Jaffna. Will be then joined by Dr. Mrs. S. Sri Muralidharan, Dean, Faculty of Hindu Studies. Mrs. D. Kabodaran, Dean, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences. Mr. M. Thiruvaluran, Council Member. He will be followed by the Versa, University of Jaffna, Mr. K. Suresh Kumar. I would like to call upon Professor K. Devaraja, former Dean, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce. by Senior Professor T. Nambi, former Dean, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce. He'll be followed by Mr. K. Arulil and Mr. E. Ratnam. He'll be followed by the acting librarian, Dr. Mrs. Chandrasekhar. I would like to call upon the sponsors for this event. Mr. Sivanandan, Assistant Regional Manager of Bank of Ceylon, Northern Province. Mr. Sivanyanam. General Manager, Bank of Ceylon. Manager, Bank of Ceylon, Tirunelveli Branch. Representative from People's Bank. Mr. Nadaraja Gathandan, New Maithili Jewellers. Mr. ESPN Kamalnathan and Dayantika Gunaratnam, Directors SV Murugesu Private Limited. He'll be joined by Mr. Aingaran, Assistant Registrar, Welfare Branch, University of Jaffna. He'll be followed by the heads of the Department of Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, Mr. P. Balaputran, Head Department of Accounting, Dr. V. A. Subramaniam, Head Department of Financial Management, Dr. T. Ravindran, Head Department of Human Resource Management and Council Member, Mr. M. Karnanidhi, Head Department of Marketing, Mr. B. Prahladan, Head Department of Commerce. And ladies and gentlemen, he'll be followed by another sponsor for this event, Mr. Kamla Ruben from Gajamohan Health Bias. And I would like to also call the chair of ICCM 2021, Professor B. Nimaladasan, Dean, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce. He'll be followed by the Assistant Registrar, Mrs. Vijita Prasad. And finally, I would like to call upon the convener of ICCM 2021, Dr. Gangalaran. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, now let me invite a beautiful, young, talented girl, Miss Gayatri Vaikuntavasan, to perform the welcome dance on stage. And also, I would like to introduce the crew accompanying Miss Gayatri. Natuvangam, Mrs. Valini Kannadas, vocals, Mr. Madhusyan, Mirdangam, Nallai G. Kannadas, and violin, Mr. Ambulavanar Jairam. Thank you.
சொல்லாதே இயம் விடத்தியலாதையா பாடல் மானத்தில் நடவிடும் அழகே சொல்லாதே இயம் விடத்தியலாதையா பாடல் மானத்தில்
Thank you very much, Gayatri, for your wonderful performance. Your movements were so precious and beautiful. Thank you for the crew, just for your pillar of support for this great performance. And now I kindly call upon Professor B. Nimaladasan, Dean Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, to provide the memento for Gayatri. Thank you very much, sir. To all dignitaries, guests, and delegates, with great joy and immense exultation, we are welcoming you all, and we feel so privileged to extend our warm welcome to all presented here and virtually for the ICCM 2021. Now, I kindly call upon our ICCM Chief Editor, Dr. Mrs. Sadhana Vayunavasan, to come on stage and deliver her address. She has put so much of effort in reaching this ICCM up to this level.
That is, raising welcome to what I know is going to be a great virtual conference. It is a red letter day in the history of international conference, having the largest number of virtual participants and wide array of international participants in a conference that is organized by Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce. We are witnessing the world moving towards digitalization, diverse and design. On behalf of our faculty, I would like to express my great pleasure in welcoming all of you and in hosting the International 6th Conference on Contemporary Management 2021. First of all, it's my immense pleasure in welcoming our Honorable Senior Professor Sampath Amarasubha Chairman, University Grant Commission for this 6th International Conference of Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Jaffna. Then I extend a warm welcome to our Vice Chancellor, Professor S. Sri Selvanaraja. I am pleased to offer a warm welcome to Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor P. Ravirajan. A kind and enthusiastic person, our Dean, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, a hearty welcome you, sir. Convener of Iccm 2021, Dr. Gangadaran, he is the key person for the success of this conference. I cordially welcome you, sir. It's my pleasure to welcome the Registrar, University of Jaffna. I extend a hearty welcome for our distinguished former Emeritus Vice Chancellor P. Balasundaram Pillai and Emeritus Professor N. Shanmugaliga. Your presence makes us very happy. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Bersa, an acting librarian of our university. I feel extremely honored to welcome the Deans of the Faculties, University of Jaffna. I am happy to welcome our respected former Deans, Professor M. Nadaraja Sundaram, Professor K. Devaraja, and Senior Professor T. Vednami. We are honored by your presence. I also extend a hearty welcome to the heads of the departments of our faculty. I extend warm welcome to the esteemed council members, University of Jaffna. It's my pleasure to welcome Deputy Registrars, Senior Assistant Registrars, Senior Assistant Bursar, and Assistant Bursar of our university. I extend a warm welcome to our Honorable retired staffs, Dr. K. Sivaraja, E. Ratna, and K. Arulveer. It's my pleasure to extend a cheerful welcome to our senior lecturers, assistant registrar, staffs of our faculty. I would like to extend a warm welcome to the members of the welcome dance. Then it will be plenty of knowledge enhancing presentation by research scholars. Esteemed chairpersons will be the judges for this presentation. I extend a warm welcome to them. I am much honored to welcome the sponsors of this conference: People's Bank, Bank of Stone, National Saving Bank, SVM Gunaratnam, and Kajandan, Sivanana, and Kamalarugan. I appreciate your contribution for our conference. I extend a pleasant welcome to our students and guests of our Iccm 2021. A very special warm welcome for the eminent keynote speakers, Professor I.M. Pandi, Professor A. Karasavayan, and Professor Gary Dester, who are attending from all over the world today to disseminate their knowledge and enhance our mental cortisol. I extend a warm welcome for our esteemed moderator, Professor H.M.D. Opata, and panelists, Professor Samandi Senaratna, Professor Pavitra Kailasapati, and Dr. Dinupa Vijayadurga, and Naraka Vikramasinghe. Our special welcome to the Shankita Menon, Public Relationship Manager, Emerald. Finally, I formally welcome all of you for giving us a gift of your virtual presence here this morning. We are going to have a knowledgeable an enjoyable time together. I wish you every success with this imperative conference, and I look forward to learning about the abundant outcomes. I hope, as per our agenda, our upcoming events today will be the full of learning. Now, a few brief editorial highlights from Iccm 2025. We have received 2010 full papers. Accounting and Finance 47, Management and HRM 45, Entrepreneurship 25, Marketing and Supply Chain 23, Technology Innovation 9, Economic Social Policies 25, Education and Social Science 36. We chose Conference Management Tool Kit for our own research paper process. We had a rigorous peer review process and plagiarism checks to ensure a very quality of the papers. Finally, quality papers will be recommended for the journal publications. Another significant highlights of this conference is we have initiated the first doctoral colloquium. Thank you very much. Have a good day to you all.
Thank you, madam, for that wonderful welcome note. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I would like to call on the following dignitaries to grace us at the head table. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sri Saknaraja, our Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Ravirajan, Conference Chair, Professor Nimadasan, Convener, Dr. Gangadharan, Chief Editor, Dr. Sadhana Vaikudabasan, and Secretary of ICCM 2021, Mrs. Sasila Palagodi. Thank you. Now let us invite Dr. Gangadharan, the convener of ICCM 2021. He is a senior lecturer attached to the Department of Human Resource Management. He obtained his PhD from the United Kingdom. He made immense contribution to this conference as the convener. He had sleepless nights in organizing this event in a very fantastic manner, and that is proved by the keynote speakers and the panel members we have with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite Dr. Gangadharan, convener ICCM 2021, to address the gathering. Thank you.
So good morning to you all. Today is a fantastic day for we writers have many marches to roll on. As the convener of the ICCM 2021, I am indeed honored and pleased to welcome our most distinguished Vice Chancellor, Chairman of the University Grant Commission, Council members, former Vice Chancellors, deans of faculties, scholars, sponsors, presenters, and moderator, panelists, sorry, acting Vice Chancellor, and all of the participants being here to the International Conference on Contemporary Management. The conference themes, so you're well aware, so behind me, like at the banner, the issues and challenges of contemporary challenges of sustainable development, fostering the solutions towards economic resilience. Everybody knows sustainability development is the ability to make development sustainable, to ensure that the ability of the present generations without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet its needs. The quest for sustainability development encapsulates economics, ecological, social needs. The 2030 General Agenda for the Sustainability Development adopted by the United Nations member states in 2015 provides clear, very clear, shared blueprint for the peace and prosperity and for the people, planet, now and in the future. There are 17 sustainable goals built on decades of work by many countries. It includes Earth Summit in June 1992 and Millennium Summit in June 2000 and World Summit in 2002 and United Nations Conference on Sustainability Development Rio Plus 2020 in June 2012 and in 2013 UN Assembly and once again in January 2015 UN Assembly. So there are 17 sustainability development goals with 169 associated targets. You also know poverty, zero hunger, quality education, decent work and economic growth, and we say many other things. And the last one is the partnership for the goals. In Sri Lanka, in response to these sustainable development goals, in Sri Lanka, Sustainable Development Act number 19 of 2017 was promulgated, and in pursuant to the enactment, Sustainable Development Council of Sri Lanka was established. That is monitoring, evaluating the growth and the progress of sustainable development goals. We are living in an era of high risk and crisis. This risk arises and from the environment are unpredictable and developing countries are more particularly vulnerable. For example, we say climate change and COVID-19 pandemic put millions of jobs in jeopardy. Economic growth has stalled and the science has no immediate solution. Therefore, resilience is critical to rebuild our economies and to withstand the negative effect of exogenous shock while conserving the rights and interests of all citizens so that we can enjoy the wider prosperity and well-being of communities. This represents a considerable task. In what follows, studies on fostering resolutions towards economic resilience become at the top of the decade order, warranting a need for defining correctional policies to revitalize economic activities, create more jobs, reduce poverty, protect the environment, and improve physical, mental health, well-being, happiness. Such policy provides the foundation for long-term sustainable development. Based on this breeding ground, the International Conference on Contemporary Management, Iccm 2021, called for priorities, attention to the study with a range of interlinked issues and challenges for the business and management. Some of the primary questions we pose include what are the issues and challenges of sustainable development, what strategies and policies would overcome these challenges and what strategies and policies are important for long-term sustainable development, what can we learn from past research, and what issues and challenges are most critical in sustainability research in the future. In response to this question, we have received excellent top-notch research papers contributed by more than 300 authors across the globe. They provide a very clear and detailed analysis to the issues and challenges of sustainable development and propose evidence-based way of overcoming those issues and challenges. In parallel to the Iccm 2021, we've organized doctoral colloquium, giving the opportunity for the postgraduates to present their works. We have received around 10 papers. Remarkably, the most three living legends in the field of management, Professor Iccm Financial Management, Professor Parasuraman's Marketing Management, Service Quality Growth, and Gary Desper Human Resource Management delivered keynote address in few hours. So I am one thanks to them, our most respected scholars, Senior Professor Oparta, Senior Professor Samandis Senaratne, Professor Paudra Kailasapati, Dr. Dinuka Vijayadunga, and Dr. Nalaga Vikramasinghe take part in our panel discussion. I am most grateful for them taking on this difficult task during this difficult time. This is the first international conference, Iccm, organized by the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce with the consolations of world talent. We are greatly indebted a leader who knows the ways, goes the ways, shows the ways, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sri Sankarajan, for his encouragement, guidelines, guidance, advice, truly raising the bar high for our conference. And also our young dean, Professor B. Nimaladasan, for his new ideas that help us break the traditional mode of our conference. Thank you very much. And our gratitude to the deans of the faculties, health departments, registrar, bursar, engineers, sponsors, and all others for their support. Hard work is the key to success. Many colleagues have contributed their professional commitment, resourcefulness, and late nights into making this conference success. Notably, I am very much obliged to the Iccm Quad Secretary, Treasurer, Chief Editor, IT team, Course Secretaries, Editorial Committee, representative of various committees of the Iccm. A very big thank you to you all. Thank you very, very much for your presence. All glory to Almighty. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, our convener, Dr. Gangadharan, for your speech and excellent points you have touched regarding the sustainability. And I consider it a great honor to welcome our conference chair, Ms. Professor B. Nimaladasan, Dean Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, to deliver his address. In fact, this is the first conference after his assumption of deanship in this Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce. Thank you very much, sir, for your dedication, hard work, perseverance towards this conference to be conducted. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Professor B. Nimaladasan to address the audience.
Thank you very much for giving this faculty gifted the University of Vietnam on the year 1919 on the same day. It was under the leadership of former Vice Chancellor, Emeritus Professor Balasundaram sir. And also, sir is celebrated his birthday today itself as 80th birthday. Faculty of Management Studies best wishes to his birthday, as well as it was gifted the faculty on the same day, and we are having first 6th international conference in our own premises. Senior Professor Sambal Arudagar, Chairman, University Grant Commission. Our Vice Chancellor Professor Sri Setun Raja, Vice Chancellor of University of Vietnam. Acting Vice Chancellor, Dean Faculty of Science, Senior Professor Ravi Rajan. Dr. T. Mangaleswaran, Rector, Vaunia Campus of the University of Vietnam. Former Vice Chancellor, Emeritus Professor Balasundaram Professor. Dr. S. Mohammedas, former Vice Chancellor and Council Member. Emeritus Professor S. Sanmulingam sir, former Vice Chancellor. Deans of the Faculties, Council Member. Deputy Registrars, Senior Assistant Registrars, Bursa, and Senior Academics, and my team. Very good morning, everyone. I am so happy to have this conference in our new premises. It long awaited places which we suffered in the main campuses. Now almost we have freedom to celebrate our events in our premises. However, we initiate this conference, we faces different challenges. Even you can believe that the 1st of April up to 70th April, the premises of this Rajavid is locked down. However, we manage the situation. Our title, the theme also related to our these contemporary issues. So basically, the concept of sustainability, we focus our theme, the sustainability. The concept of sustainability is becoming increasingly popular, not only in the global, as well as institutional levels. Say further, the idea of sustainability is not new, but it was there. It only focused through the environmental issues. Now, during this pandemic situation, everyone we are talking about the COVID-19 is a very risk situations where the economics have begun to weigh to save uncertainty and soaring financial burdens like poverties and other additional problems in our future societies. The developing countries like us is vulnerable and will have to adapt innovative policy mechanism to ensure continued progress of our sustainable development. In this regard, the Faculty of Management Studies had a discussion at the faculty board to finalize the theme. Finally, we have finalized the theme, issues and challenges of sustainable development, fostering resolutions towards economic resilience. So, to reach this initiative of this Iccm 2021, we inducted the research in the field of discipline of management like accounting, finance, corporate governance, entrepreneurship, tourism and hospitality management, human resource management, organizational behavior, general management, and technology management, supply chain management, economic, education, and social policies. So basically, this conference is remarkable, one of this faculty, university, as well as in Sri Lankan management faculties. We introduce the review process through these conference management tools. In the first time history of this management faculty, we introduce, this is the first remarkable one. Second one, we also inducted doctoral collegiums, those who pursue postgraduate degrees, they can come and talk with our resource persons. Furthermore, we have collaborated with Emerald, this is a world recognized publisher, they came to collaborate with us as academic partners. And furthermore, we invited the world-renowned professors, our gurus, Professor Iccm Pendi from Financial Management, Professor Parasuraman from Service Quality Management, and Professor Gary Gessler, Human Resource Management. Moreover, we also identify the eminent professors within Sri Lanka, Professor Opada, as a moderator who is going to chair the discussion in the panel. Also, we have different deans of the faculties as a chairperson for the technical session. The senior professors of the management faculty within Sri Lanka, they also came in the our online conferences. Basically, I am very grateful to express my sincere gratitude to our Vice Chancellor. Always he guided us as a lead to the faculty in the quality manner. Always he talked to me in the quality manners. Sir, hope management faculty is going towards is the quality. This is the evidence which we saw you to in the desk of the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce. Furthermore, I also thank the acting Vice Chancellor, Dean Faculty of Science, Professor Ravi Rayan sir, also highlighted, guide us to the faculty, to the conference up to this standard. And also I take this opportunity to thank Registrar of the Faculty, Bursar of the Faculties, Deans of the Faculties, former Vice Chancellor of the Faculties, our retired staff of the faculties, heads of the department, delegates, chairpersons, reviewers, and media persons, because now we are having the conference because of Vice Chancellor media. I think Vice Chancellor has the initiation to the faculty to have Vice Chancellor media to use fully day. Yesterday they came, up to tomorrow they will make this thing, the events as fruitful one for us. Furthermore, I also thank our students. They also came. Almost this Zoom, there are 1,000 participants are attending. Always we upgrade our account, 500 to 1,000. Now 1,000 participants are there. So this is the one opportunity our faculty considering, not only in the Jaffna University, but also in the always within the Sri Lanka, we have invited all scholars through the Zoom as the inaugural sessions. I am also thankful to the Dr. Gangadharan convener and his team. Sleepless night. I can see that last 1 month, it is a witness how the conference we organize. And also, I also thank our academic staff, the staff of the faculties. They also very much support to us to have the conference within our premises. Moreover, I wish to acknowledge and appreciate the support extended to the sponsors. All glories to God. Thank you very much for giving valuable opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful, wonderful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now let me invite an outstanding mathematician, an undefeated sportsman, a visionary leader who has been internationally recognized for his achievements, and his professional experience is widely commended by national and international mathematical communities. He is so bold and brave, who always focuses on the institutional development. Ladies and gentlemen, he is none other than our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sri Satkunaraja. Let me invite Professor Sri Satkunaraja to address the gathering. Thank you.
ஆனந்தமாய் என் அறிவாய் நிறைந்த அமுதமுமாய் வானந்தமான வடிவுடையால் மறை நான்கினுக்கும் தானந்தமான சரணாரவிந்தம் தவள நிறக் ஆனந்தமாம் ஆடரங்காம் எம்பிரான் முடிக்கண்ணியது. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the 21st birthday of the management faculty. That is normally called a key birthday. So it's a birthday to celebrate the best possible ways maybe this renowned conference. So we are human beings. So what else you want? Sustainable development, economy, resilience, all are for to be enjoyed. That's what Ananda I said in the song at the first. So all want to be in Ananda, even my dog, the birds, all the living beings. So Ananda, the Abhirami Bhatta says, he always glorified Thirukadavur Abhirami. Then he says, Anandamai Arivai. So without knowledge, there is no Ananda. So we are a physical being, we are an intellectual being. So Anandamai and Arivai. Then he says, Narendra Amudavamai. That is immortality. No one wants to die. Even I was checked last week. So that's a resilience. So maybe I had some workout in my younger days that sustained me. So whatever you put, it counts. So these 21 years, I think the gentlemen are here from Devaraja to Ratnam to Velambi and all. They have put something in. So that has been, go to another dimension now. I can see it. It is expanding, blossoming. So now the new generation, I can see the Gangadharan, he actually gratified everybody. But it's my time to gratify him. So you see his potential, and also one of the most clean academic. You know what I mean, clean academic means nowadays. Even அடியாரெல்லாம் நாங்கள் மெய் அடியார்ன்னு சொல்கிறது. இப்போ அகாடமிக்ஸ்லேயும் நாங்கள் மெய் அகாடமிக்ஸ்ன்னு சொல்ல வேண்டியது. You know what I mean? அடியார்கள் மெய் அடியார்கள். So he is not a pretending one. So he could deliver, he delivered it at the age of 21 years of birthday. I know the Walton, when he was in the interview, he said there are three kind of people there in the academics. One is the Walton, one of the interview with the Balasundram sir and the Vaunia, he said that. There are people loyal and dedicated, and they give utmost their ability to deliver something to the institution. That's the most glorified ones. Then there are pretenders, they come and go. They just mark their presence and they're just not there. But they are there, but this part is also the middle part. What I said is the top part, the most dedicated one. So in this conference, I myself witnessed. I was not the one away from this. I knew I was updating more or less what's happening, the whole progress of this conference, because this conference started in a pandemic time, even the originated the idea. So it has been going on. Now, today the delivery time is completely tested with the second surge, and also most worrying, the whole nation is worrying. And you know, the Sampath Amaradunga, he might be listening or he might be busy. Maybe he'll come after me. I know he's most of the time his desk is open with the Zoom. But I know he's there, but the Zoom is open. But he is a very busy man. And also he's from the management faculty and financial management man, so he could lead this educational, you know, this culture of this country to another level at this testing time. So he's being here with you, so I am also want to extend my best wishes to him. The point is, so as an intellectual being, we are an emotional being, and also we are a social being, we are a universal being. So whatever you do here, it counts. The universe is like a spider web. You know, spider web, I don't know, vale. So it's expanding. In the science term, Professor Ravi Ryan understands that. The universe is expanding because we want to have more and more things. You know, our homes are expanding. We were in huts, now we are in bungalows. Even that is expanding. We are putting another holiday home somewhere else. So the universe is expanding because entropy is expanding. People have more activities. So in that sense, so we have a universal entity. Whatever we do in a cow web or spider web is felt everywhere in the universe. Even your thoughts, your words, your deeds, all flies. It affects other people. That's what these happy moments should be there. My master used to say the life should be a celebration. Every day is a celebration. Every minute should be a celebration. So the best celebration comes from knowledge. So knowledge brings clarity. Knowledge brings contentment. Knowledge brings understanding. So knowledge brings happiness. Knowledge brings peace. So it's not my statement. Even the big poet Tulasidas said this. So the knowledge fashioned for freedom. I know today the dean was saying, we were now able to do all these things in our premises. So he enjoys some freedom. Otherwise, he was bounded to so many other things. That's what recently I placed those song, little girl singing in the Tulasidas, glorifying the Rama. He said, dependent, the knowledge, fashion, freedom. You know, I don't know, you know Tulasidas, like the Ramayana was pioneered by Valmiki, and then different poets actually sung those Ramayana into other languages. In Tamil, Kambar did, then Kamba Ramayana. So in Vangadesh Moli, Tulasidas did. So Tulasidas saying, is a great devotee of Rama, he says, knowledge, fashion, freedom. Then he says, dependence cannot give happiness even in the dream. Dependence cannot give happiness even in the dream. A guy, slave, cannot be happy even in the dream. For example, king always worried when his kingdom is going to be lost. His dream is like a beggar. The beggar is dream like a king. So when he is going to be a king. So this dependence. So knowledge is an important domain. So in that sense, the university is a knowledge center. You are one of the top elite of the country. The country depends on you. So no more. The Abraham Lincoln said when he was sending his son to the school, he wrote big letter to the principal. That letter is very famous, and where he said, "It's honorable to fail than cheat. Please teach my son. Please teach my son. It's honorable to fail than cheat." So the country depends on you. I know the first generation of leaders are here. Professor Balasundaramille, and their team is here. And Professor Mona has joined us in the 90s from the coconut research. And Professor Sanmalingam joined from Colombo. So those generation now witness, irrespective of our weaknesses and wrongdoings and all other things. But this university is one of the most glorified universities of the country. 13 faculties. Another faculty is going to come. Sampath blessing has to be there. So that's, I don't know, they are sitting on this for a long time. But we keep on, requesting it and putting our things, tirelessly we are doing it. So today the lady, Sadhana's daughter, how he performed, that art is emotional being. And also I said, physical being, then you have intellectual being, then you have emotional being. So the emotional domain, the dance, Nataraja's thing, we always hear about it. But today she manifested that in front of us, a young girl. She also dedicated a lot of time to learn that art. But we were not patient enough to listen or watch that for 10 minutes. That's the nature of the human beings. And the universal being is all are perpetual. That's where the problem comes. The sustainability, resilience, and all issues come when we are not complete. So physically we need to be sound, intellectually we need to be sound, emotionally we need to be sound. then socially we need to be sound, then universally we need to be sound. Universal means, I recently read, really impressed. He said, the whole knowledge will be a failure. The whole knowledge endeavor will be a failure unless you inquire, this is what he says, you inquire about the absolute. இந்த மெப்பொருள் காண்பது அறிவண்டு நாங்கள் எழுதி வச்சுக்கிறோம். அதை நான் வாசிச்சேன் கிட்டடியில். So people just look at that and ignore it. No, recently I read in the hospital. I had a lot of time to read anyway. So it was really fantastic holiday for me the whole week. So very kind nurses and doctors and all kind of top class services without any fruitless services, not pretending. So in that I read, the whole knowledge endeavor would be a failure unless those endeavor will provoke or make an inquiry, not inquiry, the inquiry about the absolute truth. That is, I don't know, this our pioneers has put our motto, the Mepporul, Kanbadu Ariv. So in this conference also, the Lord Krishna says, he made everything in a very compact form. I come, anyway, it's not a big lecture. These guys gave a lecture in different flavor, but my flavor is a little different. We're here in Upanishad. It's one of the most oldest scriptures ever available in the world. Upanishads. Upanishad means Upanidadam. So உபதேசங்களை தோத்து வச்சுக்கிறாங்க. அதில் ஒரு உபநிடதங்களில் இன்வோகேஷன் ப்ரேயரில் இருக்குது, ஓம் பூர்ணா மத பூர்ணாம் பூர்ணாஷியன் என்றால் உலகத்தில் படைக்கப்பட்ட எல்லாமே, everything is by nature, by design, complete. Purnam. You don't need to add anything. For example, mosquitoes knows how to manage its life. Reproduction, food, survival, right? Inhabited, everything. Even corona, there's a theory says, because our people have invaded this virus inhabited, all the animals have been slaughtered, more than necessary. Some beef mountains are made, meat mountains are made and kept it for another 10 years, 20 years for military and all other purpose. So the virus lost its inhabitant. Even I used to listen our Nobel Surrender lectures. One of the top entomologists in the country from our faculty. Top entomologists from the countries from my faculty. I can say boldly, the Nobel Surrender. He's also our students, our product. He used to say, now our dengue mosquitoes are going to the salinity waters. Because what happened? These PHIs and all people are come and destroyed all the places of their inhabited. For example, it's our water logging areas all been destroyed now. So that dengue mosquito now know how to survive in a salinity water. Yeah. So then what happened? He's thinking about something else. This inhabited, when it gets destroyed, then COVID got the man, a human. This virus used to live with some other places. There's a theory, I heard about it. I don't know whether this theory is wrong or right. Now they found a place in us. But this COVID-19 exists. Before also, it's ever exist. Now they change the inhabited. So now at least, there are things. So ladies and gentlemen, okay, I don't want to go into the big lectures. At the age of 21, you had to make a resolution. That resolution should be taking this faculty to another level. That can only happen with the Western exposure. Because the management, you see, your Parasuraman coming as an engineer, become a service marketing man. Similarly, even Western country you go, even the hospitals, most of the plants are managed by managers, but they had a science degree plus management degrees. So this is a trend. Even my Dr. Mitra Kumar's son, he's a Harvard graduate for medicine, and then he mended my heart actually a week ago. He's a Harvard medical graduate, and then he did a MBA, and now he's a manager in a hospital. He's not doing any sort of treatment, he's managing. So this is very important. And also now I will say, because I was talking about the knowledge expansion is exponential. I don't know whether you understand what it means by exponential. It is a mathematical term. So it's a language of science, mathematics. So knowledge expansion is exponential. Exponential means, in other words, knowledge doubling, the horizon expanding, doubling with a half time. For example, expansion of doubling the knowledge, say, take 10 years, then another double expansion happen in 5 years. So knowledge expansion doubling, time for the knowledge expansion doubling is halving. So in that time, you need to see your curriculum actually incorporate enough mathematics and statistics, not just teaching the tool without understanding what is eigenvalue. You don't want to say what is the principal component. I think this part has to come. Some subspecialties has to come. So you make a revolution. I think you're like your forefathers. Now your young generation of people, this is a time to unite, I think. This is forget about differences. My master used to say, you may have a difference of opinions. You may have a difference of opinions, or you may assert difference of opinion only for progressive reason. I know I have difference of opinion with many people while I am sharing the Vice Chancellor post, but only for progressive reason, not for checking other people. I don't want to compromise anything, just, making our institution progressive checked. So here our bank managers, all of my students, Sivanandan, and our rector, Sivanandan. So we had a 99-year celebration of banking. So just imagine, he was my student at the most difficult time, 1990s economic embargo time, Panchivulaka time. So he is now the regional man. So there are so many things you witness in your life. So just imagine my classmate coming and mending my heart and go. So we have gone on that level. We don't understand that. So today, I think our people are waiting, so I don't want to extend anymore. So ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased with your conference. It's a new benchmark. I know that. So this is Puluda conference. There are so many Puluda conferences nowadays. It's not a Puluda one. It's a purely, truly, the only words I can say is, I remember I picked this word after the Chinese Olympic. The Olympic chairman came and he wanted to give a simple statement about the Chinese Olympic. He's a Belgian man. He couldn't speak English very well. But he said the Chinese Olympic was truly, truly, truly exceptional. Similarly, Iccm 2021 is truly, truly, truly exceptional.
Thank you, sir, for those thought-provoking words. And yes, indeed, it's a very truly, truly and exceptional. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my honor to invite an esteemed and a very skillful personnel in our university to address you all. He is the Dean, Faculty of Science, and the Acting Vice-Chancellor. He is a notable figure among the research community, and he is the member of the Task Force for establishing a Center for Nanoscience and Nanotechnology. Ladies and gentlemen, let me call upon Professor Ravirajan to address the gathering. Thank you.
our respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Sri Sekanraja, UGC Chairman, Professor Sambat Amaratunga, Conference Chair, Professor Nimala Dasan, and then Convener, Dr. Gangadharan, sorry, and Rector, and then former Vice Chancellors, Deans, and all of our academics, researchers, and the organizing committee, and the executive staff, including Registrar and Bursa. Thank you very much for the opportunity given to make a short address. In a university, so we all actually work as an academic, but we have three major duties. One is disseminating knowledge and participating in administration. But the other thing is actually generating knowledge. Generating knowledge only can do through research. The difference between the college and the university is in the university we generate knowledge. But this knowledge should be appreciated, or maybe this work should be referred by the other people. So there are three types of researchers. One is three stages of researchers. One, we do research, maybe through experiment, or maybe through questionnaires, or maybe some other means. But if you don't actually publish them in a proper forum, then it's ultra waste. So we can say that because we haven't done nothing to the research. So the international conference, in fact, actually give a platform to the researchers to share their knowledge and they get their feedback and they take that knowledge to the next level. And then the third stage would be, it should actually disseminate to maybe the ordinary man, or it could actually make some changes. So maybe directly or maybe indirectly, because it may take some time, but it should actually reach that part. Otherwise, because we can't say that because we have done a good research. As far as the University of Jaffna is concerned, you know that because in research there are four major fields: applied research, pure science research, or maybe medical research, health research. The other one is social science research. So in fact, actually the management faculty leading the social science researchers in the university. I can see that because for the past few years, and this is sixth conference, sixth international conference, and this one is very unique, and also, even though, we had some hardship, due to these COVID-19 situations, because people have some limited in movement, mobility. But now, the Faculty of Management is managed to actually conducting this international conference through hybrid way. So then, so it's hundreds of participants are attending through Zoom. At the same time, here also they are participating. And that will actually take that message to the higher level. I'm glad to know that because this conference introduced doctorate, sorry. They have already, I think the faculty and the other universities, they have this doctoral colloquium, but this is the first time. I appreciate the staff, they actually introduced that one. But in future, because it will actually go into the higher level. And also, what I would suggest that is, it's about 180 research article is published. And then they are going to actually select some of them and publish in a faculty level journal. But there are few research, it can actually go beyond to the international level also. Some research actually we do for the regional needs or maybe country needs. See, other one maybe it should actually disseminate to the other level, or maybe we need to actually raise this faculty level journal to the higher level. So I hope that because the editorial committee will work on that, and then they can select it, and then they can actually recommend to the high impact journal papers also. So because I also organized this one of the conference, it's about 2 years ago. I know that how painful it is, and I appreciate all the academics of the Faculty of Management and Studies and the organizing committee for their tireless work to conduct this conference in this up to this level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your motivational words, sir. And here we are moving to the heart of the program, that is releasing the proceedings. For that, I kindly call upon the Chief Editor for the Iccm 2021, Dr. Mrs. Sadhana Vaihundavasan, and our Vice Chancellor, Professor Sri Satkunraja, sir, to release the proceedings. Thank you very much for all the dignitaries who are on the stage to release these proceedings. Just look around, seems everyone looks so tired. So it's a time for getting refreshed for your soul and the spirit, so we can have the tea in the corner. Thank you.
Now it's time for us to listen to our keynote speaker, Professor Iccm Pendy. Let me invite Dr. Lingesha Gangadharan, Senior Lecturer attached to Department of Financial Management, to introduce Professor Iccm Pendy. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am so excited to introduce our keynote speaker to all of you. It's my great honor and immense pleasure to introduce and welcome Professor Iccm Pendy to our 6th International Conference on Contemporary Management, organized by the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Jaffna. I feel elated to introduce our keynote speaker to everyone. He is a living inspiration to the young academics. If one takes a closer look at the alchemy of the achieving person, two distinct virtues pop up. Besides perseverance and hard work, these are pioneering spirit and willingness. Our professor is the living idiom of a professor, author, and mentor. Professor Iccm Pendy received his master's degree and PhD in finance from the University of Delhi, India. He was a professor in Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, from more than 25 years, where he also served as an acting director, dean, chairman of the doctoral program, and chairman of finance and accounting area. He also served as an Indian Institute of Management as a professor of research during 2013 and 14. He also held the position of dean and chair professor, School of Management, and vice president for academic affairs, Asian Institute of Management, Technology, Thailand. Before joining AIT in the beginning of 2012, he served as a dean of the Faculty of Commerce and Business, Delhi University, as well as a senior professor at the Department of Financial Studies, the Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, Delhi University. Professor who has 40 years of university teaching experience, a dynamic and dedicated man of letters, has taught at Kansas State University, USA, University of Science, Malaysia, University of Birmingham, UK, Essex, France, and many other universities. His areas of research include strategic corporate finance, corporate governance, virtual venture capital, and emerging capital markets. Widely acknowledged as one of the eminent professors of finance, Professor published many books, and his research articles were published in all the leading finance journals. Those who are in the field of finance have been amazed by his ability to make even the most complex concept understandable. One indicator of the range and breadth of the professor's knowledge and expertise is the fact that his best-selling book, Financial Management, has helped millions of people worldwide to improve their knowledge in financial management. The author of our primary textbook in finance for degree programs for many years. The living legend we have among us today, the man of the knowledge and wisdom, is our keynote speaker. It's really proudest moment for all of us. Coupled with an impressive academic background, it's not therefore surprising that he has been member of the board of directors of many companies and editorial boards of several well-recognized international journals, including Global Business and Finance Review, Afro-Asia Journal of Finance and Accounting, Journal of Accounting and Finance, International Journal of Accounting, Audit and Performance. So it's so impossible to mention his every single accomplishment because they are a lot. It's such an honor for us to have you, Professor, today between us. So on behalf of the University of Jaffna, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, I thank you for accepting our invitation, for bestowing with us with your presence virtually. Thank you so much, Professor.
Namaskar. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. It was a great dance performance by Gayatri. I got quite impressed. I thought it was Bharatanatyam. Very well done. Congratulations to Gayatri. There were a lot of excellent professors. I learned a lot from the pearls of wisdom which they gave to all of us. Thanks to them. I thank you, the organizers of the conference, for inviting me. I would like to make special mention of Navneet Krishnan for writing the letter of invitation to me. Thank you very much. I understand that this conference theme is sustainable development. Well, I'm a student of sustainable development, not an expert. So I don't know whether I can really talk on this or not. Therefore, I chose a topic which I know a little bit, where we have done some research, and I would like to share that particular topic with you. I have prepared a small presentation so that things become very clear to you when I talk. So I would put that here. Let me share it if I can. Okay. Are you able to see this? Are you able to see?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. So what I'm going to talk about is financial literacy. And I would mention that how does it lead to sustainable development? But main focus is going to be on financial literacy. Now, the question which we may ask is, why should we study financial literacy? How is it important? How is it related to sustainable development? And what kind of research have we done? So when I move further, now, why this focus on financial literacy? Now you would notice that in a number of emerging economies, reforms took place, the economic reforms took place. The financial markets were deregulated. In India, I think we started economic reforms and financial reforms in 1991. After that, it picked up. We had made some headway in 1980, 81, when our capital market started a little bit showing some kind of boom. But after 1991, a lot of changes have taken place. The same changes could be witnessed in many countries. Because of this opening up of the financial markets, managing funds by individuals became a difficult task. Now, the complex products, financial products and services were introduced in the market, and it was difficult for people to understand them. Now, I think even the professionals, they were running to keep pace with these kinds of development. Now, because of this development, perhaps we need financial literacy. As a matter of fact, managing funds had assumed importance even in the early days. I think one of the speakers, if I remember, it was Sri Sakuraja, who was talking about Upanishads, Ramayana, etc. I think we can recollect that even the treasurer of God was there, Kuwail, as we call him, Kuwail. So finance has been important even in the very, very ancient times. Now, when I am financially literate, I can perhaps manage my funds better than if I don't know anything about finance. Now, when people start taking informed decisions, it introduces stability in the financial market of the country. And if the financial markets are stable, if there is monetary stability, financial stability, obviously what we are talking about is the financial sustainability of a country. And financial sustainability is directly related to sustainable development. As I said that I don't know much about this sustainable development. I'm a student. I've been reading literature on sustainable development. I thought to pick up one simple definition of OECD, that it's the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Now, if you manage your funds well, perhaps you are even caring for your future generation. Now, sustainable development is a complex area. It's being talked about. Everyone talks about it, okay? But I think if you really would like to have sustainable development to make a change in the development process of a country or in the economic transformation, because most of the emerging countries, a lot of people are poor there. Now, if we are able to do that, I think financial literacy is leading to sustainable development. But any change requires a behavioral change. So it's a prerequisite that for the financial sustainability as well as the sustainable development, that the people change their behavior. They understand the importance of funds, for example. So in order to have sustainable financial action on the part of each one of us, there is need for financial literacy. Although, as we will see, that its conceptualization is sometimes considered evolving and even complex. Now, in the Indian context, well, some studies have been done, and a lot of studies have been done across various countries. And what has generally been found is that the financial literacy, even in the developed country, is at the low level. Now, the question which we may ask is, how do researchers conceptualize the meaning of financial literacy? How do we measure financial literacy? How do we operationalize it in practice? What are those socioeconomic factors which influence financial literacy? Now, all these questions need answer. If we are able to answer these questions in the context of our country, I think we shall be moving towards financial literacy. So let's look at the conceptualization of financial literacy. Now, there are various views. Of course, we must appreciate from the very beginning that financial literacy could connote many things. There are two words, financial and literacy. The way you look at these two terms, you can conceptualize financial literacy. For example, some people think that we try for literacy, total literacy in the country, general literacy as we call it. Is financial literacy a part of general literacy? My answer is yes or no. But if you mix it with general literacy, then the importance of understanding financial literacy could get reduced. Now, what does it include, for example? That is the question which some researchers have asked. Is it knowledge? If there is enough, for example, I know finance. Many of my students know finance. Are we financially literate? Now, therefore, some people said that, look, can I put my knowledge into practice, which is true for any discipline, marketing, operation management, supply chain management. I may have knowledge, I may have understanding, but can I put it in practice? Therefore, is financial literacy financial application? Now, there are several ways in which people have conceptualized. I have, for example, picked up two. I will read one of them here. the ability to make informed judgments and to take effective decisions regarding the use and management of money is financial literacy. The question is it operationally feasible what we are saying? When we say informed judgment, effective decision making, what leads to that kind of a thing? Now, therefore, financial literacy entails making financial decisions in one's. This is a very simple way of putting it that, look, can I make decisions in my own best possible interest? Now, if yes, perhaps I am financially literate. How do I look at this? Of course, I have done this research along with one of my student professor, of course, now associate professor. Now, I thought that I could derive from Bloom's taxonomy when he talks about learning or knowledge. Now, he said that there are three levels. One is at the cognitive level, which we call in common parlance as knowledge. Second is the psychomotor. Of course, he was talking about engineering and science, and therefore, these are the skills which you need to have. And then the third one was affective, which we say attitudes or behavior. Having knowledge, having even the ability of application does not lead to application. You have to have that motivation, that kind of an attitude, that behavior. Now, if I expand that again, then it is financial literacy is remembering and understanding. So for example, in finance, I have been taught about discounting. I have been taught about inflation. Now, can I recollect it when it's needed? So you have passed your examinations, you have got your degrees, but then there is action now. At some stage, some action is needed. Do you remember it? Can you recollect it? Do you understand how to use it? So it's a remembering and understanding of what you have learned in finance. It's the skill of application and analysis, all right? Now, because you have to interpret data in financial decision making, even the simple decision, I want to borrow from the bank. I want to buy a house and I have to borrow from the bank, okay? Mr. Sri, his name, I forget, Sakuraja, he was mentioning about one of the regional managers, he's a student. Now, can I apply, let's say as an individual, I go to the bank and they say that, look, it's the equated monthly installment which you have to pay. Of course, we are charging interest at a low rate of 9%. Is that 9% really 9 or is it 12%? Now, can I therefore analyze that information which is provided to me? So I'm talking about even the simple decisions, all right? And therefore, you have to show an appropriate behavior to apply. Now, so what does, in operational terms, what does it mean for us? Now, we have divided that into, let's say that financial literacy basically is your understanding and learning of finance, which is called financial knowledge, and then applying it, showing proper behavior. So your financial application means what? That there are financial products and services, you are able to use them and with an appropriate behavior towards it, all right? Now, what should be the methods of, because we are saying that in order to do this, in order to really improve the financial literacy in a country, we need to measure it. We have to first find out, are our people financially literate or not? So what are those methods which can be used for that purpose? Now, how people have done it? So that is why to know the level, we need to measure it. Now, in the past, therefore, the easiest method, which is even tried, and we also tried, that is the questionnaire-based information gathering. We need to gather information from the individuals. I think for the students sitting in this conference who are doing research, it is what we call is that, what is my research design, for example? Now, what shall I do? Is it qualitative, quantitative? Is it questionnaire-based? Is it the data which is available? Nowadays, it's very easy to do finance research based on available data. But then I think the best research could be that when you gather information yourself firsthand, then you will understand what you're talking about. Now, there have been differences in the number of the questions which people have put together this information. There have been studies where just 2 questions were asked, sometimes 3 questions, yes and no questions. They can be quite biased. So you have to really combine them. Anyway, whatever way people have done it, what most of the studies have found out is that there is low level of financial literacy even in advanced countries. So what do we talk about the developing? So we need to find out about our countries. The next question was that socio-economic factors which influence. Now, gender, income, education, age, marital status, now the discipline of study, parental influence, friends influence, all these are important factors. And that is what researchers found out. Now, I'll give you some example. I will just go ahead a little faster. Gender, for example, generally what has been found is that men have higher level of financial literacy. Anyway, there were some studies which contradicted it, of course, but there are few. Income, again, high income, it's positively related. Obviously, of course, sometimes we may say. Education. Now, there may be exception. In India, there have been exceptions. Of course, you may know a little bit about India, that in south of India, we have Chechiyas. In let's say, west of India, we have Gujaratis. In north of India, we have what we call Marwaris. And these people, they are not highly educated in terms of their degrees, but they have been managing their businesses in an excellent way and highly profitably. Now, those are exceptions. But generally what has been found is that if you have higher education, graduate and postgraduate, you are showing more financial knowledge. Age is a very interesting thing that now, for example, there is in the young people, there is low financial literacy. And the highest is among the middle, even the elderly people. I may be an exception, of course. Even in the elderly people, this is quite low when it comes to the application, of course. Unemployed and those who are low skilled, again, these are some of the obvious. Even in Australia, they found this. So marital status, if you are married, you are better off as far as financial literacy. I think this is the influence of each other, the wife of the spouse on each other. Now, if you have studied business, economics, finance, you are better, slightly better perhaps. And if your parents have been, well, there may be exception, but most of the time that if the parents are good in financial knowledge and application, the children follow. Now, the question is that what do we find in India, for example? And this may help you to even think in terms of, let's say, in Sri Lanka, that well, some studies must have been done there as well. Now, what we need to understand is that how much is the financial literacy level in India? What are those socioeconomic factors? And therefore, in order to understand in any country, you have to gather information. You have to gather data, all right? And again, for my research students sitting here, now, again, it's a part of the research design. I will give you a general idea, of course. Now, then I have to choose. India is such a vast country, okay? 130 crores, as we call it. Now, that's a large number. And therefore, you have to be very selective. At the same time, it has to be representative, all right? So what we did is that we chose Delhi as the place because it's most cosmopolitan. First, we thought how many? Now, you can't just cover everything. So we used what is available in statistics. Cochrane's formula, for example. And if I think that I will cover 50% of the population and then this will be my level of confidence, you must at least assume 95%. If I think that I will allow for a variability of 3%, not more, well, you will get some kind of sample size. So we got 1,067 and we restricted it to 1,000 kind of a thing. 250 questions where, of course, this was done through the evaluation and screening of experts and focus group. That's what I think you should do. Now, the question is, how shall we calculate the financial literacy? Of course, these were the factors which we looked at. These are the socioeconomic factors which we looked at. Now, after getting this data, we calculated the financial scores. Of course, there were 18 financial knowledge questions, 26 financial behavior, 8 financial product to choose from, and all these were given 1 mark each. We had certain criteria for that purpose. And finally, we reduced all marks out of 50. Now, what do you find? The kind of literacy which India has. Now, let's say 90% here, and sorry, it has gone there. So if I use my pen just to highlight, this is 90, less than 1% people are in 90%. So if I take 70% as my cutoff point, that is what most of the studies do, that look, at least you should get 70% marks to pass. When I was a student in Delhi University, you would pass only if you had 50%. Before me, there were 33%. Things are changing. And so now I think we should make it 70%, perhaps even in the universities. So if I take this and if I add all of them, 30% people are really financially literate in my country. Now, we also, is there a relationship between financial knowledge and financial literacy? We created indices of financial knowledge and we found that there was positive relationship. Of course, our correlation was 0.33, but it was significant at 1%. That's what the researchers do it. Now, in order to understand influence of socioeconomic factors, I think the PhD students, and they must understand, they should be very good at statistics. And they should not blindly follow a particular method. They have to give a logic of choosing a method. So we have, for example, regression is one of the most popular and mostly misused method of research all over the world. Anyway, we thought that logic will be better. We wanted to find out what is the probability that an individual would be literate or not. And that is why, so we had our response variable would be therefore yes or no, 1 or 0, for example. All right, if you are financially literate, naturally we had to divide our data and we used median. So if you are above median, you are literate for us, otherwise not. Again, in research, you can discuss why this, why not that kind of a thing that you should be doing as a PhD student. Now we got our results. I won't show you these long, let's say, kind of tables, and they are there. But then what we found is that what are the effects on financial, separately we did that socioeconomic factor influencing financial knowledge, financial behavior, and financial products owned. We wanted to separate them out. I think mostly we found the relevant variables where men, retired people were low, and then the men were better off, people above age of 55, but not more than certain age were better in knowledge, etc., etc. Similar things were found in case of financial behavior and products health. Well, that's not of great interest to me. Again, this was a comparison done to you. But what I'm interested in talking is, once you gather this data, for example, now you just cannot say financially literate aggregate basis. There are two important components, which is the financial knowledge and financial application. I think what is of great importance is what is that combination? I may be so good in financial knowledge, but what is the use of this financial knowledge if I can't apply it, if I can't pass it on to those people who will apply it and who understand from me how to apply? Therefore, what we did is, from our data, we created financial literacy grid. And as we plotted the scores, what we found was, of course, I will show you that also very quickly, but here it's important. This slide is better than that slide because there you get lost in your research technicalities. I don't want to put that here. Now, we divided them, of course, on two axes. On our y-axis, we had knowledge, and on x-axis, we had application. Now, the people in high on both, we said that these are financially sophisticated people. Those who were, for example, high on one and low in another. For example, if you are high in knowledge and low in application, you are inactive. You are financially inactive. You have a lot of wisdom. What is the use of that wisdom, for example? You are high in application and low in knowledge. You are vulnerable. You can apply, but you may be committing blunders at times. And when you are both, you don't know much, you don't apply therefore much, you are most inactive financially. Actually, this entire data we divided into these 4 categories. Of course, it was technically done this way as well as by creating clusters. Now in statistics, you can create clusters. There is a very good book by 4 authors. Here is the first author. There are many more complicated books, but that's the simplest one, which you can use, and then you can use SPSS. Of course, we have used Stata and SPSS, which most of you must be familiar with, the PhD students particularly, and the teachers who are doing research. Now, I will show you this table that these were the factors in these clusters. High financial knowledge and average to high financial application. Who are those people? Men, private service, business, age group 35 to 45, or 56 to 65. Above that, they are not. Graduates, postgraduates, married, all these factors were found out. I'm not so interested right now on that. You can look at that sometimes when this paper gets published. But then what do we gather out of this, for example? That is more important. So actually, what are our conclusions, for example? Our conclusions are very simple, that in the Indian context, there is low financial literacy, and low financial literacy we found out through statistical methods. We gathered data, 1,000 people, and then we created the scores, we created the indices for each one of them. And then, of course, we plotted also to find out the financial grade. We use logic. By the way, I must tell you that when you use a particular method, it has to be robust. Otherwise, good journals will not accept. So we said that, look, the method which is also competing method could be probit, for example, or it could be probabilistic regression. And then we tried even that. Similar results were obtained. We divided our data into 2 parts. We created a what we call as hold on sample and another sample and said that, does it work? Fortunately, it worked, which means we were quite confident about the results of this. So through this process, we found out low financial literacy. And then, of course, there was less than a perfect positive relationship between financial knowledge and financial application, but it was positive and statistically significant. We found several factors distinguishing financial knowledge, financial behavior, and financial products health. So the socio-economic factor, the demographic factors, they become quite important in these kinds of studies when you are looking at the behavior of the people. Now, and through our financial grid, by plotting the scores as well as by creating the clusters, we found 4 kinds of Indians, okay? The financially inactive, which will be true for most of the countries actually, of course, financially inactive, financially naive, financially vulnerable, and financially sophisticated. Now that is fine, that once your research has been done, what is the use of this research? What do you want to say? You have said, everybody said that financial literacy is low in most of the countries. You are adding and you're saying financial literacy is low even in India, for example. What is the way forward? And what are the deficiencies and needs of each group separately? So don't lump everything together. Simply don't say, in my country, 70% people need financial knowledge and application abilities. Don't say that, because the needs of these people are different. You can't make everybody MBA in finance. You should not. And therefore, if I am high school, for example, because we found that high school and even some graduates, they just didn't know anything about it. You are doing engineering, you are doing science, You are doing even commerce, and even the commerce students, I sometimes find them that they don't know the basics. You ask them about discounting and you ask them about inflation, for example. You say, what is internal rate of return? What do you mean by equated monthly installments, for example? How do you calculate them? Or how do you prepare a loan amortization schedule? And you will find some of them as dumb commerce and accounting students as well. That is a sorry state, of course, unfortunately. So we need to understand the deficiency of each group, and accordingly appropriate action should be taken. Now, for example, in our mind, what we thought is that if this is the kind of thing, now the financially sophisticated people, they are quite all right, but still very complex products are coming up in the market. For example, what I studied, of course, 40 years, 45 years ago, I studied 45 years ago. And what I studied was the descriptive finance. I never studied analytical finance. So as a teacher, you have to continuously learn. And particularly, finance is a subject which is changing every day technically. Others may be changing. Well, I don't say may because I read them also. Others are also changing, but then the technicalities which are involved in finance are much complex than what may be in some other, let's say, discipline of management. This statement can be disputed. I am a finance person, so perhaps I may be exaggerating. But then there would be target groups there. Now, I want to invest in USA, for example. They have derivative securities which are so complicated. So you may target that group and accordingly design financial education for them. Now, these are the people who are financially inactive. They have knowledge, but no application. So what do they need? They don't need knowledge so much. They need behavioral change. The training program have got to be, I think, to motivate them and to let's make them to imprint on their mind that how important is this to use your knowledge for application purpose. Now, the financially vulnerable people are who are low at application and good at knowledge. Now, I think again, they require motivation. They require hand-holding. They require practice. There are, of course, investment bankers and they can hand-hold, but again, you have to have knowledge. Don't depend on them 100%. A mutual fund person is going to tell you that, look, this is a good issue in the market. They have their own interests. Of course, they are professionals. They will not cheat you, but then their judgment can go wrong depending on your risk-taking abilities. I think you should be able to argue. You should be able to at least ask good questions because they are vulnerable. And they are vulnerable because they may depend on the commercial advertisements, which of course, at least half of them are there to cheat you. Financially naive are good in application. As I said, these Marwaris, these Gujaratis. You see, I was in Ahmedabad, Indian Institute of Management, a great institute in India, of course, worldwide, fortunately. And now I was on the board of several companies. One of the companies, that company just started and it is issued IPO. And then there was, after a year, there was annual meeting of the shareholders. And what we found sitting there were people, these big turbans on their heads. These were the milkmen and all those kinds of Gujaratis, the traditional Gujaratis. And they were there, they had invested in this company. To my surprise, some of them were asking very, very sophisticated questions. But still, a large number could be naive in applying. So now you have to target. So that's why we are saying is that, look, create the groups. Within each, you can create again groups. You see, if you are really designing training for them. Academic institutions, in addition to producing MComs, BComs, MBAs, MBA finance, this, that, I think they should have a separate financial service center, perhaps, where they are providing services to the community. I couldn't do that in my institute in IIM Ahmedabad. We were doing a little bit here and there, but not much. And now they are doing it in a big way. My college where I studied, Sri Ram College of Commerce of Delhi University, they've been doing it in a big way now. So you can get involved in that. Now, therefore, what is important? The most important, in my opinion, is that it needs a behavioral change on the part of all groups. Can we show to the people, particularly those who are in naive and those who are low in application, or those who are not acting, that look, what are the costs of your undesirable financial behavior? Your inactivity, if you do not, then what are the costs to you, to the society? And if you are making wrong decisions, if scams are taking place in your country, financial scams, which of course India witnesses, unfortunately, now, look, that brings instability, financial instability, and you can't talk about, therefore, sustainable development in your country. Therefore, we have to develop an emotional contact with the target audience, actually. It's not simply talking technical things in simple way. I can teach in a very simple way, for example, difficult finance concepts, even without using mathematics at all. Of course, I use it. I use it in a descriptive language many times and then write the formula on the board. Now, so you have to develop that emotional contact. Highlight the short and long-term benefits, incentives, and even the disasters involved when you don't act, when you don't have knowledge. So targeting people most ready for action must be found out, all right? So once you have done the research, you must come. Of course, what you could have done, you could have asked those, you can go back to some of those participants of your survey and ask them that, what do you want from us? Or you can conduct a focus group and you say that, look, present to the focus group. We didn't do that. We will be doing that. And present to the focus group. This is what we found. What do you suggest? How should we move ahead? What should we do, for example? Now, of course, I thought that so that you don't feel I know nothing about sustainable development, so I thought, let me relate a little bit. Well, I was reading this literature. I read it much earlier than this conference, of course. Now, they have what we call sustainable development goals, all right? There are many of them, I think 13 or 19, something like that. I picked up 3. End poverty, reduce inequality, good health. I thought they are all related to financial health of the country's people. Now, if you have financial literacy, if you have financial stability in the country, I think you shall be able to meet these. Ending poverty is a difficult task. Simply financially literacy will not, financially literate people will not help, but then look, at least they will understand where they are. Of course, in India, we have uneducated people. General literacy is also very low sometimes. Of course, it's a small percentage now as compared to when we got our independence in 1947, but still it's there. So we have to do something different for them. It's not just the financial literacy. But what the government has been doing over the years after reforms, Manmohan Singh, and then many others, and then now this particular current government, I think they are also doing something. They're adding to what was done earlier. And so bank accounts, a lot of people have bank accounts, but still balances are zero in many of them. But at least you are making your population bankable, all right? Reduce inequality. If I understand the importance of finance, funds management, earnings, I think perhaps it will get reduced. And for financial good health, you need financial health. See? Now, financial literacy does what? What does it do? It gives control in your hands of your finances. So even if you are depending on the relationship managers of banks, investment companies, please have control of your money. Otherwise, you can lose it. Financial literacy grant that one to you. It empowers you when you are talking with your counselors because you are good but not so good. You are at least saying, appreciating, and you are saying, I can do it, okay? If you are financially literate. Avoid that. I looked at the debt situation of my country, as a percentage of, let's say that the gross national product or the disposable income, now it's increasing, bankruptcies are taking place. Therefore, again, people are becoming bankrupt. If to deposit your money, you need to know which bank, for example, all right? So it will help you to avoid bad debt. Now, it is in your best interest, whatever is being done. Therefore, to conclude, that financial sustainability and stability leading towards sustainable economic development is okay, but then financial literacy is also needed for that. Thank you very much for your patience. Thanks to the organizers once again.
Thank you very much, sir, for your excellent keynote speech on financial literacy, a tool for financial sustainability. You have explained not only the importance of financial literacy, but also you have explained very well how it linked with sustainability very well in an understandable manner. I hope every one of us have enjoyed your session and got knowledge from it. And more than that, we honor your immense concentration towards our Iccm conference and for the knowledge that you have shared with us today. Thank you very much, sir. And the important notice to everyone, the panel discussion will be followed by the UGC chairman address.
Good morning, Mr. Sampath.
Thank you very much. Helping, yes, yes.
Well, I will leave
Shall
after.
I start?
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Professor Pandey.
I will wait. I will just see just 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
We are very delighted to welcome UGC Chairman, Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga sir to deliver his address. Actually, he was previously the Vice Chancellor of University of Sri Jayawardenepura and the Chairman of the Committee of Vice Chancellors and the Directors of Sri Lanka, and he was selected as a member of the Association of the Commonwealth Universities in UK representing the Sri Lanka. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Senior Professor Sampath Amaratunga to deliver his address.
Thank you very much. Vice Chancellor, Professor Sri Sadgunaraja, Dean of the Faculty, Academia, well-wishers, especially Professor Pandey, a long standing friend of Sri Lanka, who helped management and finance, academics all over the country. And ladies and gentlemen, I was the keynote speaker of the first Jaffna Management International Conference, long way back, when Professor Vasanthi Arsaratnam was the VC. She and the Dean at that time invited me, and I came to Jaffna for the keynote speech. From that onwards, so the standards actually the Jaffna University maintained in this conference is remarkable. One publisher elsewhere or like that, someone has participated in the morning, so it's a good sign of quality of research. And also I have seen so many renowned professors from this part of the country also participating, Professor Opatha, Professor Samanthi, so many people. So ensures the quality of management faculty conference which they maintain. So as UGC, we always promote the quality of research, not actually number of papers, because number of papers cannot add value to the existing knowledge. So there are a lot of plans from UGC at the discussion level. We consider setting up research faculties in national universities in order to take the full strength and promote research in all national universities under a dean, a prominent person who involved in a lot of research, the quality research as well. So these are some of the things that we are going to implement in a near future. Thank you very much. So I must thank Dean, Management Faculty, Jaffna, and organizers, especially the chairman of the conference, inviting world-renowned speakers, academia, people like Professor Pandey to this conference, and also from local section. So that ensures the quality that we maintain as a university. So thank you very much, and all the best for all paper presenters, and looking forward to see this high quality research output as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Pandey, again.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sampath Amaratunga, for that wonderful words of wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, now let's move on to the panel discussion on the theme of issues and challenges of sustainable development, fostering resolutions towards economic resilience. May I invite Mrs. Dilojini Sangradas, Senior Lecturer attached to Department of Marketing, to introduce the moderator and the panelist of panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grace Hensman. Issues and challenges of sustainable development, fostering resolution towards economic resilience. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, academics and professionals. Coming up next, we have feast for your eyes, ears and minds yet again, because our panelists are ready to discuss it with a magnificent knowledge sharing. It's a time most awaited. We are about to commence the panel discussion Iccm 2021 with the participation of prominent academics and professionals. Panel discussion 2021 will be opened by a renowned researcher, a book writer, and a consultant to human organization, chair of human resource management, yes, senior professor of human resource management, HHDNP Opatha. From Department of Human Resource Management, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Professor Opatha, he has completed his BSc, Business Administration, special degree from University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, MSc from the same university, MBA from Birmingham, PhD in Human Resource, University Utara, Malaysia, and Doctor of HRM from Irish International University. He is indeed an erudite scholar, a distinguished author, a highly admired, respected teacher, and an exponent of HRM. He became the first professor of HRM in Sri Lanka, the first senior professor of the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. As a matter of fact, for his unique, pioneering, and outstanding contributions to the dissemination of knowledge of HRM, in particular and to the research, university education in Sri Lanka in general, he was honored and recognized locally as well as internationally. He was honored of excellence in the field of HRM in 2009, the Pride of HR Profession in 2010, the IPM Gold Medal for the Most Outstanding HR Professional, Personality of the Year in 2010, the Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo, that presented the Award of Honor in 2013, the Business Administration Graduates Foundation, that presented the award named Uttama Purusa Ubaharaya, Great Man Facilitation in 2013. The National Book Development Foundation Malaysia that presented the Best Book Award for the book Enhancing Profession in HRMQ in 2015. The award HRD Congress that recognized him as one of the best professors in HRM in Sri Lanka in 2018. The World Education Congress that recognized him as the best professor in human resource studies in Sri Lanka in 2009, and so much more. Thus, now I welcome you, sir, to our Iccm 2021 panel discussion as a panel moderator. Welcome you, sir. I will be failing in my duty if I don't introduce our today's golden nuggets of panelists to you all. Without further ado, let's welcome our panelists with quick introduction. First, advanced level accounting guru who reveals that the capital market recognizes the improved importance of both corporate governance and corporate disclosure. Yes, Senior Professor in Accounting, Samanthi Senaratne from Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Please welcome. Next, top H-cited researcher on the title, Interactive Effects of Leader-Member Exchange, Gender, Spouses, Gender Role, Orientation on Work Interference with Family Conflict. Yes, Professor in Human Resource Management, Pavitra Kailasabadi, from Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo. Please welcome ma'am. Next, a researcher in consumer culture, critical marketing, her most recent publication, Throwaway Consumption in a Consumer Society, Evidence from a Developing Country. Yes, Senior Lecturer, Dr. Dinuka Wijetunga, from Department of Marketing, Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo. Please welcome ma'am. Last but not least, investigative researcher who has published a number of research manuscripts in the different dimensions of digital transformation. Yes, Senior Lecturer, Dr. Nalaka Wijetunga from Department of Commerce, Financial Management, Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies, University of Kelaniya. Please welcome, sir. Now, I feel proud to welcome and introduce you all to this incredible International Conference Panel Discussion 2021 Iccm. Ladies and gentlemen, academics and panelists, Professor Opada, over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you indeed. I hope you are hearing me. Distinguished, respected Chairman, UGC, Professor Sampath Amaratunga, Vice Chancellor, and other respected invitees, internationally renowned invitees, ladies and gentlemen, including Professor B. Nivalathan, Chair of the Conference and Dean of the Management Faculty of Jaffna University, and also the convener, Dr. N. Ken Kataran, and also the dear panelists. So we are on the panel discussion now. The theme, Issues and Challenges of Sustainable Development, Fostering Resolutions for Economic Resilience. So very, very important theme. So therefore, I really congratulate and best wishes for all of you. And My first question. So normally we see that according to literature revealing, there are certain terms which are interchangeably used, like sustainable development, sustainability, corporate sustainability, and corporate social responsibility. So, my first question is for this discussion, what is your view on defining sustainable development? Is there a popular definition as far as your field is concerned? So first, the time is for our distinguished professor in accounting, Professor Samanthis Sena from University of Sijal.
Thank you, sir. I think I'm audible enough. Right.
Yes,
Yes.
I can hear you.
Right. So, firstly, thank you very much for the organizers for selecting a pertinent issue, sustainable development. So, now let me straight away go to the question. So, the question is that there are terms, sustainable development, CSR, corporate sustainability, which are used interchangeably, whether they mean the same or whether they are different or whether they give a different my opinion is that sustainability and CSR are interconnected with each other. However, they are different. There is a difference between these two terms. When we discuss about CSR, CSR is a corporate form of self-regulation that is integrated into the business model of an organization. So the very objective of this integration is to create a positive impact through organizational activities to the stakeholders and the environment. On the other hand, sustainable development is generally accepted as the development that meets the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of the future generations to satisfy their own needs. Therefore, when we discuss this concept of sustainable development, it has two components, intergenerational equity and intragenerational equity. Intergenerational equity refers to the equitable access to resources between the generations, present and the future, as well as intragenerational equity, which refers to the equitable access to resources within the different groups of people of the same generation. Therefore, basically, through this equitable access to resources, in order to ensure this equitable access to resources, there should be eco-efficiency, the efficient utilization of the resources in the society. Therefore, if we discuss the difference between CSR and sustainable development, the CSR is more towards creating a brand image, brand trust for the organization, making things look favorable, as well as it focuses more on the current issues. Whereas the sustainability is about the long-term actions, long-term impact that an organization would create to make this world a healthy planet, secure societies, as well as robust economies. So therefore, it may not be limited only to the present generation. It extends beyond the present to capture the external, the future generations as well. So from my point of view, CSR is a means of disciplining the entities, making them self-aware and self-regulated to integrate that self-regulation into their business model to create a positive impact. Whereas sustainable development, it too embeds the CSR concept, but it goes beyond focusing on the future to capture the future generations as well. Therefore, this has also brought some impact to our own disciplines as well. Now, if I consider accounting point of view, accounting if we discuss 30 years back, we would usually consider it as a technical process. But today we say accounting is not just a technical process, social and moral practice which responds to the needs of the society, needs of the environment, and thereby making organization accountable towards that. So with that, I conclude my presentation as to the first question. Over to you, Professor.
Yes, thank you very much for your significant contribution. So, because of the limited time, then in fact, she emphasized that sustainability is more than CSR, corporate social responsibility. And then now the time is for our next panelist, distinguished Professor Pavitra Hailasapati, Professor in Human Resource Management from University of Colombo. Yes, time is for you.
Thank you. So similar to what Professor Samanthi Senaratne said, I would also go with the definition of the Brundtland report in terms of sustainable development, where they have defined sustainable development as the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their needs. So that would be the overall definition, whatever field we are, whether we are in marketing, HRM, finance, or or even from country perspective, that would be the overall acceptable definition for sustainable development. But coming from human resource management, in human resource management, there is something called sustainable HRM, sustainable human resource management, where the triple bottom line, the people, planet, and profit, are looked into and seen how human resource management strategies and practices can be created and implemented to achieve the sustainable development goals. Now, sustainable HRM is broader than the much talked about green HRM. Green HRM is one part of it, where in the triple bottom line, people, planet, profit, looks at the planet or ecology or environment. Sustainable HRM includes green HRM, but as I said, it's broader because it includes green HRM, employee-oriented human resource practices, and looks into the 17 sustainable development goals and sees what aspects of those through HRM strategies can be achieved. So I will stop with that, pass the time to somebody else. Yeah.
Okay, then thank you, Professor Pavitra. Yes, according to her, sustainability involves, yes, she in fact talked about that generally accepted popular definition given in the report Common Future by the World Commission on Sustainability and Development, yes, if my memory is correct. Right, then she talks about green HRM, which is a part of sustainable human resource management, yes. She's discussing from the point of human resource perspective, human resource management. So then, yes, I also accept seriously that the sustainable HRM is broader than green human resource management. Also, it involves social human resource management and also economic human resource management. Right, now the time is for our next panelist. So welcome, Dr. Yes, Dr. We have here the Dr. Yes, Dinuka, yes. Dr. Dinuka. I hope my pronouncing is correct. Dr. Dinuka Vijayatunga from University of Colombo, taking marketing perspective, yes, on sustainability.
Thank you, Professor. Yes, the pronunciation is correct. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, clear.
So, well, I agree with the previous professors in sort of saying that sustainable development is a broader term than CSR, and I would say even sustainable business, because sustainable business is part of sustainable development. Sustainable development covers more than just business. But I would also like to sort of focus on, sort of expand a little bit on what Professor Samanthi mentioned in relation to the intergenerational and intragenerational equity in terms, or equitable access to resources. Because when you look at the definition of sustainable development, which says that development which meets the needs of current generations without compromising the ability of future generations, I think that the emphasis on the future generations is one of the key things that sort of comes out in this. So it sort of translates into two other sort of components, in the sense you can look at it from two other components in a different way as well, because this has the implication that we should achieve at least the minimum human development indicators per capita while living below what is called the maximum ecological footprint per capita. So minimum HDI ensures that everyone has an adequate standard of living. This is sort of, you can think of it for the moment in terms of the current generation. So minimum standard, at least minimum standard of life, which means, you know, access to education, food, health, and so on. But when we say we try to achieve it while staying below the maximum ecological footprint, maximum ecological footprint refers to the maximum limit of resource consumption per person that can be supported by the Earth's ecological capacity. So Professor Samanthi talked about efficiency, eco-efficiency, and this is where this notion comes in, because if we manage to achieve the minimum HDI per capita in the current times while staying below the maximum eco footprint per capita, that means the Earth has the capacity to regenerate the resources, ensuring that the Human Development Index, or HDI, is deliverable to future generations as well. So it's within this broader definition that we talk about the triple bottom line concept in management. I think, again, you know, the same way that the sustainable development definition is pretty much common to all fields. Within the realm of business, the triple bottom line concept seems to be the most popular sort of common denominator across management disciplines. And this is the same for marketing as well, you know, and quite similar to what Professor Pavitra mentioned earlier, and also you, Professor Upata. In marketing also, the discussions on sustainability started with green marketing. And to a fair extent, much of the discussion still sort of focuses a great deal on green marketing, because I think even more than the other management disciplines, marketing has a lot to do with the ecological aspect of things, especially in terms of discarding of products, and how much people consume, and how much we push people to consume, and so on. So a great deal sort of focuses on the green aspect, but still it has broadened to include the social aspect as well. So where the sustainability marketing is concerned, it's now focusing on balancing these elements of the social as well as the environmental aspects. But before I conclude my remarks on the definition, I would just like to remind everybody of these two, balancing these to achieve the notion of achieving minimum HDI, human development indicators per capita, while living below the maximum ecological footprint. I think that's something we need to sort of keep in mind in terms of what we are trying to achieve. All these other targets, sustainability goals, sort of stem from this idea. So I would like to conclude my opening remarks on the definition there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Dinoka. Yes, she also stressed the importance of that general theory, triple bottom line, which is indeed one of the sustainability related paradigms proposed by Professor Elkinston, if my memory is correct. Then now also she emphasized about what is eco-print, yes, and the green marketing. And then now, yes, so we have our fourth panelist, distinguished this doctor, yes, from the perspective of business. Yes, we have the, yes, business technology perspective, right? From business technology perspective, he is going to deal with my first question. Yes, time is for you, Doctor. Yes.
Yes, Professor, thank you very much. So when we think about so many definitions about the sustainable development, sustainability, that indicate the enthusiasm among the business people and some institutions regarding the concept, sustainability. So when I think about the sustainable development defining, so sustainable development, I would like to pay attention of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. When you are thinking about the Sustainable Development Goals, there are 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but we consider about the thinking about the future consumption. So we are always thinking about the environment. But when we are thinking about the Sustainable Development Goals, it has equity, equality, social development, economic development. So it's all about the balancing the environment, society, and the stakeholders. So it's very comprehensive. So when it comes to sustainable development defined by the UN, it has much broader concept. So we need to achieve our economic goals. We need to achieve our development while we are concerned about environment, and we need to think about our stakeholders, distribution, equality, and all these things. So from that perspective, I think, so when we define sustainable development, so I like to put this need, wants, and desire principle. Need is the development. So we need to have a development, economic development, the growth, and the what you call the standard of living, high standard of living. That's the need. So when we are achieving this thing, that's why the UN come up with the Millennium Development Goal first. So they come up with that one until 2015. Then they come up with the sustainable development. When we want to achieve the development, so then we need to think about the sustainability, environmental protection, the social security, equity, equality, while we achieving the economics and the development goals. So therefore, I think the need is a development. So the want is a sustainable development. So when it comes to desires, then there are so many stakeholders, the industries, business people, then the HRM, marketing, accounting, technology. So then they have their own interest in this term, sustainability and sustainable development. Then they blend their perspective into sustainable development, and they come up with their own definition. So this CSR, sustainable organization, and all these things are part of that blending. So therefore, when it comes to my definition, if I want to define sustainable development, I define sustainable development is a development that we need to achieve while protecting environment and giving the equity and equality for all the stakeholders and community and citizens. So therefore, so I think, so when we think about the triple bottom line, I would like to define the triple bottom line in this way. So we have environment that consists with air, soil, water, and etc. Then we have our stakeholders, that means the business people, investors, even government. Then we have a community and society that consists with the employees, people, and community. So then when it comes to sustainable development, I think it's a human ecology, how people behave in environment, balancing these three things. So instead of triple bottom line wording, I'm going to use this one: environment, stakeholders, and community. Then if you can develop an equilibrium between these three, so we cannot take over any of these things. So we need to have a balance. If we can create a balance between these three, environment, stakeholder, that means the profit, economic development, and all these things. And if you are thinking about the equity and equality about the citizens, giving equal opportunities for everyone, then we can have a sustainable development. So when it comes to technological perspective, I think it's a double-edged sword. Technology is double-edged sword because technology itself bringing in so many equipment, so that creates so many e-waste and it creates so many problems to the environment. On the other hand, if you want to come up with a solution itself should comes with the technology. So now think about the Zoom. So we are conducting this conference because of the COVID pandemic, because through Zoom. But if you think about if we conduct this one physically, the amount of footprints that we generate by traveling, transportation, and all these things. So therefore, the technology will be the lifesaver for sustainable development. So I'm looking forward to contribute from the technology perspective how we can achieve for sustainable development through technology, and remaining questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So he emphasized that, the stakeholder perspective, and also then, yes, this carbon footprint, and then hopefully he will be able to contribute more by using his business technology perspective. So then, because the time is very limited, but let me, give these comments also relating to this defining. So then, I do really respect that common definition given by that organization, that common definition everybody is using. So, but I'm afraid that that definition considers or includes the needs of non-humans. So we are talking about needs of the people today and also needs of the future people. So then, what about needs of non-humans? There are animals, there are creatures, because this planet, this planet doesn't belong only to humans. So it belongs to non-humans also. So therefore, there's a need of having a more broad working definition towards sustainability. And also, it is indeed a broad focus. It has a broad focus on environmental, social, and economic performance of organizations. So indeed, it is a broad view of environmental, social, and economic results which are favorable to the world. Also, it is a long-term perspective, yes, because we consider needs of people today and also needs of future people, including non-humans. Not including, sorry, yes, plus, let me say, plus non-humans. And also, yes, it is an umbrella term because it covers a lot of ideas, a lot of actions that we will have to take towards minimizing, if possible, avoiding adverse environmental and social effects of operations of business organizations. Okay, also don't forget that it is an ultimate goal. It is an ultimate goal to be achieved for betterment of humans and non-humans. There may be other goals, but I believe that sustainability is the ultimate goal to be achieved for betterment of humans as well as non-humans. Okay, then our time is the problem. But my next question, yes, what are of course, I think now there is no need of asking the question on the importance of sustainability. It is indeed very, very important. That's why the theme also for this conference. Then the next question, so what are the sustainability issues or practices to be dealt by an organization? Yes, Professor Samanthi now. From accounting perspective, yes.
Yes, thank you, sir. This question, when it comes to sustainability issues and practices led by an organization, again, I would say a rather a broader topic, a broad topic for us to focus on. The Sustainability Accounting Standards Board of USA states that sustainability refers to activities of an entity that maintain or enhance an organization's ability to create value in the long run, over the long term of an organization. Therefore, when we discuss about sustainability, these sustainability issues or practices, we will have to identify first of all what do we mean by these issues or the factors or the activities of an entity that will impact their value creation process. So in that respect, we will certainly will have to, an organization will have to engage with its stakeholders to identify the expectations of the stakeholders. And then a materiality analysis of those stakeholder expectation would give them an answer to this question. So when the materiality analysis is done, basically we will have to consider the impact of these issues that they identify to the stakeholders themselves as well as to the organizational value creation process. Now, when we look at this concept, these SDGs, the 17 SDGs, UN Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the 10 UNGC principles which capture the environment, the labor practices, human resources, anti-corruption, will provide a broad framework for organization to identify the key sustainability issues that they need to focus on. Because basically these 17 SDGs represent the expectations of the different stakeholder groups. So that when you consider an organization and its business model, the inputs to that model will be drawn from the society, not only within the organization. Therefore, how these inputs are processed and the output that is generated through these processes by way of products, services, byproducts, effluents, emission, all that will again go back to the society. Therefore, we have to consider all these different footprints created by an organization. It can be ecological footprint, carbon footprint, water footprint, etc. Through the organizational activities, processes, operations. Now, this is very broad aspect today. Now, for example, now let's say a company which manufactures garments using cotton. So the cotton could be cultivated in India and the water is used for the cotton cultivation. The processing of cotton into yarn and subsequently into a finished garment may happen in Sri Lanka, in Vietnam or Bangladesh. Finally, this cloth will be worn by people in USA or European countries. Therefore, along with the products that we move from one part of the world to another part, there will be a virtual flow of resources as well. Therefore, the decisions of the consumers in another country will indirectly impact on the way that we use resources in another country. The greenhouse gas emissions made through the production process. Likewise, this is a rather a broad concept that we need to consider. So in order to understand that, organizations need to develop an integrated thinking. They have to break their silos and understand that that entity is a part of the broader social system, and this interdependency between the society, the environment, and the organization, and even some of their stakeholder groups and the parties who would be impacted, their activities could be much broader than what they think. Therefore, the sustainability should be a business approach to create long-term value for an organization within the context in which it operates. That context would be the environment, society, as well as the economy. I think I had shed some light as to the question that you raised.
Thank you, Professor Samanthi. Okay, then now the time for Professor Pavitra is.
As Professor Samanthi Senaratne addressed the more broader perspective about sustainability, looking into like at national, international level, because something you do in one country can have an impact on another country as well in terms of production, distribution. So she was from the supply chain upstream and downstream perspective as well. Since you have covered that, let me look at it in a more narrower perspective within organizations. The sustainability issues or practices to be dealt with within an organization, if I can address that, yes, all stakeholders of the organization need to be addressed, including what, like you pointed out, Professor Opath, about the life, generally about all lives, not just humans, but you know, animals, fish, whatever, all has to be considered. So within human resource, from human resource perspective, I can say in terms of the practices of employees, in terms of, you know, wastage of food to wastage of stationery, environmental impact of all the activities that we do. Let's say even from human resource perspective, organizations organize, you know, annual gatherings and annual get-togethers and outings. So everything has a footprint. Of course, there is a positive side of why we organize such events, but it also has environmental and other impacts. So we need to deal with that and consider each practice or policy that we come up with in an organization with regard to human resource management, what the impact is going to be in terms of environment currently, as well as how it's going to affect the future. We can't be very short-term oriented. We need to be very long-term in terms of sustainable development. That's one of the aspects that we need to be long-term oriented, and because we need to leave this earth for the future generations in a better condition than what we are facing today. Even small things like, you know, the 3 R's, reuse, recycle, reduce, from all those aspects, we need to deal with it within an organization. Of course, this can be expanded into national, broader perspective as well. But I said I'm focusing very narrowly into, because each organization, what they do, how they practice, can add up to what is going on within a country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Pavitra. And now, Dr. Dinuka, sorry.
Yes, sir. So I agree with both the professors in that when we talk about issues and practices, we need to take a holistic view, looking at the overall impact of the organization. And speaking from a marketing perspective, when you talk about marketing, now it has been said that marketing is the whole organization looked at from the consumer's perspective. So when we talk about the marketing perspective, it addresses to a great deal pretty much how the whole organization kind of focuses on its business practices. As you know, Professor Samanthi earlier mentioned, a consumption decision made by people in one country could have an impact on several other places throughout this supply chain. So now, even when you look at marketing sustainability from the narrow perspective of marketing, there are still many things that one can talk about. And I would like to focus on one concept that is central to marketing, that is needs. Now, Earlier, Dr. Vikramasinghe talked about needs, wants, and desires from the perspective of sustainability, but I would like to look at this from the perspective of consumer needs. And here I would like to draw on Professor Ken Peaty, who is a scholar who has been involved in research and advocacy of sustainability or sustainable marketing for a long time. And what he says is that marketing needs to refocus its attention on needs instead of wants. Now, there's an important distinction between needs and wants. We all know this, but let me just remind you with a very simple example that we are all familiar with. Wants represent what we consume to satisfy a need, right? So, for example, to fulfill hunger, which is a need, one person might want rice and curry, another might want a sandwich, a third person might want pizza or something else. So this is the distinction between needs and wants in very simple terms. Now, marketing is about identifying and satisfying needs, human needs, Professor, not unfortunately the non-humans, but the way it is done impacts on non-humans a great deal, which is what I want to sort of come down to in a little while. So marketing is about identifying and satisfying human needs. However, if you examine how marketing is practiced today, it is not about needs anymore, but about wants. Not just identifying what the consumers want, but actually creating wants and persuading consumers that these wants are essential. And this is what branding and marketing communication is all about today, which has serious adverse implications for sustainability. So let me sort of elaborate on this a little bit using an example that is very easy for everyone to understand, that I use very often, the mobile telephone. Now, how many functions are there in a mobile phone that we don't use? In other words, we don't really need those functions. But if you ask consumers whether they would like a phone without those functions, the common answer is that they would like to have them anyway, even if they don't use it, because they might become useful one day in the future. Right? So ask yourself whether you don't feel the same way. This is the common answer for of many people. Now, what happens here is that when marketers present all these additional new functions and keep telling consumers how wonderful and useful these functions are, people tend to feel that they will need them one day. I don't need it today, but perhaps I will need it sometime in future. Therefore, they are tempted to throw away the phones that they're perfectly happy with right now and get new ones with new functions. Now, this is the persuasive power of marketing communication. The end result is waste of resources and increasing e-waste without actually creating any value to society or even to the consumers who are actually purchasing the product, because they don't need the functions, they probably never use it. Now, so that is one aspect of one problem of focusing on these wants. And, Dr. Vikramasinghe earlier mentioned about technology creating problems, and this is one place, at least as far as the mobile telephone, that it's happening, because this is happening so fast. Every couple of months, people are throwing away their old mobile telephones and getting new ones, because marketers are pushing the wants without really looking at needs. Not only that, marketing makes heavy use of image and prestige, which are linked to brands in a way that ignores functional and social needs completely. Marketing plays with the consumer's psyche and persuades them that they need this prestige. Right? Now, as an example, as I was preparing for this discussion yesterday, I received a WhatsApp message from a friend titled Brand Power. And this is how the message read. French leather goods house Louis Vuitton is making headlines this week for one of the accessories from its autumn-winter 2021 collection that is in shops now. It is a men's purse in the shape of a plane that retails for 39,000 US dollars. Right. So, Professor, I hope you will allow me to quickly share a picture of this
Yes, yes. I hope.
men's purse. So this is the purse, right? That is selling for 39,000 US dollars. Now, my question is, where is the need here? Now, if you look at it from a sort of functional perspective, this is, one cannot even imagine a more awkward purse to carry around than this, right? And also, mind you, this is in the middle of a global pandemic with thousands of people dying on a daily basis. Of all things, oxygen, which is the most basic need for human survival, is in short supply in some places. But then these marketers are promoting this want, which is from a functional perspective or even from a social perspective, it's totally awkward. So the only thing that they're catering to is the psychological need of prestige image, and they're pushing it. So where is the sustainability here? Where is the ecological and social sustainability? So what I would like to point out, I think we need to sort of get out of this mindset of activities. If organizations are to be sustainable, marketing in particular, and organization as a whole, has to stop thinking of more and more innovative ways to create more wants. Marketing and organizations have to go back to the roots of the principle of marketing and take a good hard look at what humans really need and think of ways to satisfy those needs in a socially and ecologically sustainable manner. Because if we do that, organizations will also be able to, at least in a roundabout way, address the needs of the non-humans, as you mentioned, Professor, earlier. Because it's this anthropocentric view of, we have to take what we need from the environment that has led to all these issues. And so it's time to refocus, as Professor Ken Peety says. The gist of my point or the argument that I've been developing is that, as Ken Peety says, from a marketing perspective, organizations need to break away from this practice of creating new wants and refocus its attention on needs of humans. Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Dinuka. Yes, very interesting. Needs and wants. Yes, needs and wants. So therefore, we are really making people too greedy and too consumption oriented. So which will be a serious threat. Of course, not will be, which is indeed being a serious threat for our sustainability. Of course, under sustainability, we have to focus on profits and profitability also, because that is economic aspect of things. We cannot forget about profits. But anyhow, we should deal with maximizing profits or getting a reasonable amount of profit, not at the expense of, not at the expense of what you call the unnecessary social effects, and then a lot of other adverse things on natural environment. Yes. Okay, now Dr. Yes, we have here the Dr. Nalaka. Yes. Now, yes.
Yes, Professor. So when it comes to issue, the main issue, sustainable issue, I like to take from your example, humans and non-humans. So if you think about humans and non-humans, so the major difference between non-humans and humans are dumping. So that means even non-humans are also consuming our natural environment, but they are contributing to that one. There's a circularity. So we are talking about the circular economy nowadays. They are eating, and at the end of the day, something will become a fertilizer. So therefore, there's a circularity. But when it comes to human come into natural consumption, so there is something that they are dumping that not biodegradable, and they don't have any responsibility of how they are dumping that one. For an example, electronic waste. So if you think about the food waste, now if we are attending a wedding, so we are eating that, so that we have big buffets at the end of the wedding ceremony. So if you go to the dumping room of that particular hotel, so you have tons of eatable food, edible food, throwing it away, then that's going to be end up the dumping site, and they don't know what to do. So, but that's why I'm telling. So we need to maintain the equilibrium. We cannot reduce the human needs and wants. We need to maintain the equilibrium. So therefore, we need to think about that triple R concept: reduce, reuse, and recycle. So my perspective, the biggest issue that we cannot achieve sustainability is because we are not developing value chain. So all are competing in same market. For example, computers, there are so many computer brands. So they are competing in the same market. At the end of the day, all these things are going to be electronic waste. But when it comes to electronic waste, so there are so many parts that we can recycle and reuse. So if we can develop those industries, so then waste as a resource, we identify waste as a resource, then we can recycle and we can get the circularity. So we are not dumping anything harmful to the environment. So if we can avoid that one as an organization, if we can come up with the policies, if we can come up with new innovation, bringing in new technologies to reduce the dumping of the waste, whatever the waste, food waste, electronic waste, or any other waste that harmful to the environment, then we can get the circular organization. We are consuming inputs, we are getting input from the environment, and we are involving in some kind of a process. Then we are going to give output to the human consumption or animal consumption at the end of the day. So we don't have a residual. So then we use that residual as a material to develop something else. So if we can establish that circularity just like non-human environment, then we can achieve sustainability, and while we are achieving our economic goals and the equality and all kind of things. So according to my perspective, now think about, there are certain areas that already urban. Now we are having all these facilities, but there are certain areas around Singaraja or somewhere else. So then because of the environmental protection, so we are prohibiting them to get the benefit, the economic or social benefit that we are getting. That is that is not equity. So therefore we need to think about the different perspective, how we can bring the balance. So how we can introduce this circularity into our human society, human organization, then we can reduce the harmfulness of the human consumption to the society. And as I mentioned, so there are so many technologies. So when you think about the triple R concept, so there are so many innovations need to become. So people need to encourage to come up with innovations. So if you think about Sri Lanka in particular perspective, so we are lacking in that area. So we are not thinking about value creation. So therefore, if we can introduce this industry-wise value creation, so one particular organization scraps become a material for another company, and they come up with some other product, then we don't have any residuals to throw it away, harm the environment. So that's what my perspective. So we can bring in technology, we can come up with innovations, we can introduce some technological elements into that one, then we can develop this circularity into our human society like in our non-human society. That's my view, Professor.
Thank you, thank you, Dr. Nalaka. Yes, emphasizing really this, in fact, the 4R: reduce, reuse, recycle, and repurpose. Yes, dumping, and yes, oh, interesting, right? Okay, then our problem is time. There are well-recognized studies done by various international organizations to identify issues and practices of sustainability. So then here it comes to my mind, according to this study done by AMA, American Management Association, and also Iccm. So there are 18 sustainability related issues they have identified. So then in terms of important, because of time limitation, let me mention some. The most important one is, according to that research, the business ethics and integrity. Business ethics and integrity, because without that, I don't think we will be able to have those so-called, triple line related, performance, excellence in those areas. So then the second most important one is safe and healthy work environment. Now I think it has become the first because of this corona. So that's a very, very important sustainability issue from the point of general management. Also, it has a big link with HRM. Then the affordable quality health care, then well-being of employees, then clean water, then corruptions in all its forms, then worker job security, of course, safe and reliable food things, and those things are there, but because of time limitation, right. Okay, then let me now go to my next question. Okay. Of course, now it is indeed, we believe that as academics of the various fields of management, it is possible to develop a sustainable organization. It is possible to develop a sustainable organization. Of course, that is an organization which has specially established a special goal relating to sustainability. Of course, ideally, it must have what you call the sustainability vision, sustainability mission, so likewise. So then, and also that organization has to withstand with it, and also to avoid it in the future. Avoid in the future. Avoid means I mean I mean the sustainable organization is an organization that follows continuously a set of various practices related to various areas of our usually traditional areas of business management and also non-traditional areas of business management. So then let me ask in this way the question. So what are the organizational approaches to sustainability in brief? Organizational approaches to sustainability. Professor Samanth, yes.
Right. Yes, it's a very pertinent question. I think every organization needs to be sustainable, and they have to focus on sustainable value creation. So when you consider that perspective, organizations will have to move away from this shareholder primacy perspective to understand the system value concept as an organization, as a subsystem of the broader socio-economic and as a part of the broader social system. So in that case, as now we have talked, I think Dr. Nalaka spoke about the circular economy. Now the entities have to move away from this straight economic model. You get the input, process, and you generate an output. Now we have to close this loop. We have to close these loops in the different in our model. So that is why we go for a circular economy model. In that if you want to have such sustainable entity in entities, first of all, our value system should embrace that. So from the vision, mission, and the organizational value, the sustainability needs to be embraced. Then only it will cascade down into the system structures, controls in the organization. Therefore, if I discuss more specifically, an integrated corporate governance system would require, so that holistic integration of sustainability you can observe in the organizational strategies. It's not just having a one goal on sustainability, one strategy on sustainability. Every strategy should give focus to this sustainability dimension. So that is why in corporate governance today we talk about the importance of developing an integrated corporate governance system where the holistic integration of sustainability into corporate strategy can be seen. So if you can do that, then down the line, your control systems, procedures, all that will embrace these aspects. So if I speak a little bit on accounting dimension, this aspect, so that is why we see that is why I said that initially these changes as to sustainability development had made significant impacts on the accounting profession. So accounting is not merely a technical function, it is a technical, social and moral practice. So in response to that, we have now developed these areas like the sustainability accounting and sustainability reporting. So then only the organizations will be made accountable to what they do and their impacts to the society, the ecology, the economy, etc. So the mainstream corporate reporting models have changed to become an integrated reporting model, so that we have moved beyond the balance sheet value to capture the business and societal value through an integrated reporting model, so which captures the 6 capital model. So that is why our value, then only we look at this broad value chain of the entity. So value chain is not limited within what you do in that entity. That backward and forward integration is a essential part of it. And also there were assurance mechanisms need to be respond to that. Risk management and controls need to be responded to that. But in order to do all that, it is very important to have our sustainability embedded into our value system in the organization. Then only it will cascade down appropriately towards the systems practices, so that even the accounting to contribute towards the flourishing of the economy, society and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting, informing. And yes, broad value change. Yes, correct. So then accounting is indeed a moral practice. Very interesting, right? So then Professor Pavitra, yes, from University of Colombo.
Thank you. I totally agree with Professor Samanthi Sinaratne that if the organization needs to become sustainable or work towards sustainability, we have to take a holistic perspective. We can't work in our silos like marketing separately, HR separately, accounting separately. All functions need to work together to achieve the organization's goals in terms of sustainability and contribution towards it. So with regard to that, again, because I'm trying to talk from HRM perspective, I would like to refer to something that Dr. Vijayatunga said earlier, going to the roots. Marketing should go to its roots. So similarly, I would say even human resource management, we need to go to our roots. Why are we there? It's for the people. Sometimes I feel human resource management forgets the duty towards the people in terms of employees. So we need to, when we are coming up with HRM strategies, approaches towards sustainability, we shouldn't forget the people part of it. Especially now with long working hours, presenteeism where, people, even they are sick, they report to work, with the working from home, the boundaries between family and work is sort of, becoming very blurred. So we need to go back to our roots of what HRM stands for. So for the people, so that in the practices, we bring that in. And also, again, referring to what Professor Samanthi was saying, the values. So it should be internalized. It should become part of our organizational culture. So it should be part of our performance appraisal, part of our promotions, code of conduct. And we shouldn't merely pay lip service or do these things for CSR. And I'm saying this because quite a number of times you see CSR projects are just public relations for the fame of the organization, not really dealing with sustainability issues. So we have to be genuine in our approach towards sustainability, whether we are talking from HRM, marketing, or any other perspective. And again, to be more specific on HRM, out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, at least 9 we can directly relate to HRM work in terms of Goal 3, good health and well-being, Goal 5, gender equality, Goal 6, clean work, clean water and sanitation, Goal 8 is decent work, Goal 10, reduced inequality, so we can talk about diversity, all that in that SDG. Then 11 is sustainability, cities and communities. 12 is responsible consumption and production. 14 is life below water, which you were referring to. We shouldn't just focus on humans, but non-humans as well. So life below water. 15 is life on land. And 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. So we need to keep these SDG goals also in mind when we are coming up with our approaches, when we are coming up with our policy practices within an organization. And we have to make sure we also network and make sure other organizations also do this. Especially now, if you look at human resource management, we have our professional organization, CIPM. So these should become part of the conversation in our professional so that we all work together towards sustainability and sustainable development. Thank you.
Okay, then thank you, Professor Pavitra. Yes, she emphasized many things, including diversity, work-family balance, and then avoidance of presenteeism, all these. Yes, now the time for Dr. Dinukha.
Thank you, sir. I would like to take a bit of a radical approach here to sustainability approach of business, to introduce a bit of a radical thinking. Now, I do agree with what was said earlier. I agree about the circular economy, the notions of, the whole organization focusing on sustainability, value, and as you said, Professor, the integrity and ethics, all these things are important. And there seem to be at least some organizations who are trying to do this and who are making a serious effort at it. But at the same time, as Professor Kailaspati mentioned earlier, there are a lot of these organizations who are doing these things for getting a promotional mileage. Now, even I'm sure Professor Samanthi will also agree to this. There's quite a bit of green accounting research that look at how organizations manipulate green accounting simply for the sake of getting promotional mileage out of it and so on, acceptance. Now the question here, and there's a whole body of literature that focuses on what is called greenwashing, which kind of looks at this unethical sustainability practices. And also, now Professor Kailaspati mentioned, things like whether HR is actually forgetting its function in terms of, looking after perhaps the well-being of the workforce, which is sort of a key element of the social aspect of sustainability. Now, the question is, why are these things happening? Why is it that, is it because organizations are inherently evil? Why is circular economy so difficult? Now, the part of the problem here is the basic business model that currently businesses are adopting. The basic business model is based on growth. It's essentially everything else is second to the notion of growth. And growth, if you look at it, is based on increased sales. primarily, and reducing costs. And all these perhaps problems of HR side probably comes from trying to be efficient or reduce costs in terms of HR. And then there are the production side. A lot of the issues come from trying to reduce costs from the production side. Now, from a marketing perspective, this sort of ties into what I was saying earlier. Growth is based on increasing sales, which in turn is based on encouraging people to consume more and more every day. In other words, creating new ones. So these practices are coming. The roots of these practices are in this model of business growth year on year. You know, nobody's ever talking about maintaining the current level of profits. It's always about growth, and we are talking about a finite world, a world of finite resources. So this is not sustainable. I mean, if you look at the definition of economics, in some ways, it's a bit paradoxical, because it talks about trying to satisfy unlimited wants with finite resources, and that's a paradoxical definition in a sense. So we are not in trying to do that, we are not trying to manage the needs perhaps to suit the resources that are available to us from a macro perspective. Businesses are a part of which we are looking at sort of trying to make the most of it and trying to increase growth year on year. And this is actually, when you look at it from a global perspective, from an overall perspective, as a collective of a business community, this is not a sustainable approach. Right? It's not socially sustainable. It's not ecologically sustainable, no matter how lofty our goals are. Because when we set the goals are there, but collectively speaking, how much of those, how much of an impact it has on the overall sustainability of the globe becomes quite questionable. So because of this, businesses, what I would like to propose, this is not just my idea, it's the idea of a lot of critical management scholars, I would say, that businesses need to take a radical approach and rethink this growth-based model. And here I would like to borrow the words of another sustainable marketing scholar, Richard J. Very, who has put it very nicely. And this is what he says. He says, marketing is in distress. Modern capitalism itself is in distress because it does not deliver on the promise of limitless happiness. Our consumer society has already passed the point of affluence, bringing the purpose of modern marketing into question. Whereas the still dominant model of society promises limitless opportunities for a better life, it cannot deliver and is already creating degenerations of life. An alternative is needed through a great transformation. A revolutionary, radical reassessment is required. True paradigm shift. Value shift must come first before institutional formulations. And this is what I was trying to emphasize. Organizations could be very sincere in their efforts, and they might be bringing in very strong measures, but before these institutional formulations, overall as a business community, there has to be a value shift. And he says, technical policy fixes will not suffice, and ideological objections and industry resistance must be faced. Now, Very said this in 2010, but I think that a decade later, it's even more relevant than before. So the task, as I see it, is not simple or straightforward. If we want to develop truly sustainable organizations, looking at it from the global perspective of providing good standard of life to everybody today while preserving the environment and the social well-being of future generations, we need to explore alternative business models. It may be based on the circular economy, it may be based on perhaps sufficiency economy, or maybe a combination of different approaches. But my belief is that whatever approach we take, it is imperative that it's a radical approach that breaks down this current growth-based business model. So as I mentioned, this is a bit of a radical view. I hope it will provide some food for thought for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you. Interesting. Marketing is in distress, and then modern capitalism itself is in distress. Okay, now time for Dr. Nalaka.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. So I think this radical approach is very good, but in practice, so when it comes to human nature and the current business model, it's very difficult to achieve. So therefore, I think in my perspective is, so we need to think 0 to 1. So we need to think about the maturity model. So we can come up with some kind of a maturity model for sustainability. Then each and every organization should assess their footprint. So then they can identify where they are in. So then they can think about, okay, you are at the lowest stage of the maturity model, then you need to come up with some kind of actions. So when we are thinking about actions, so we cannot make the world upside down at one night. So therefore, I suggest 0 to 1, 1 to 2 approach. So then you have to evaluate the footprint, how we can reduce. So there's a concept in new product development innovation called Osborne checklist. So when you are thinking about your product, when you are thinking about your scraps, then you need to think about the 6 ways that we can do some kind of a change to the organization: substitute, combine, magnify, modify, eliminate, and rearrange. How we can use our resources to substitute the harmful materials. How we can combine another material that reduce the harmfulness of the product that we are going to develop. How we can magnify the material that we are using. How we can develop 2 products out of the same material that we use to develop 1 product. So likewise, so this Osborne checklist, so will give you the opportunity to visualize how we can come up with some kind of a solution to overcome the footprint that we are going to put into our society. So that therefore, when it comes to organization, so the stakeholders, they are interested about the return on investment. So therefore, we need to maintain their return on investment while, so we need to do something, some kind of an approach we need to have. I suggest sustainable maturity model, and just like accounting. So we have green accounting and HR, the HR and all other things. Then we can come up with a mandate from the policy perspective. So every organization need to come up with a sustainable maturity model, and they need to do the audit every year, and they need to discuss that one is the top level the management, and they come up with a Osborne checklist, and they can come up with some kind of a solutions, not to make the organization upside down in one night, but little by little going into the right direction. So we need to have a 5 to 10 years plan. Now think about this sustainable development goals. They gave 15 years to achieve. They know that one, it's very difficult. So we get used to the current consumption. So if you can convert that one into something different, so that is not the sustainability that we are talking about. Now think about the lot of import restrictions are there in Sri Lanka. So then the people are not feel good about that one, most of the people, because they used to do that one. But we need to take actions, as Dr. Dinuka said, but so you need to have some kind of a time span. So you cannot do that one radically. So we need to think about one at a time. So there are so many 17 dimensions in sustainable development goals. Then we need to think about our organization. Then we need to identify what are the directly related goals and indirect goals. And we need to discuss, we need to talk about, we need to come up with innovations using this Osborne checklist or any other thing, how we can reduce our footprint and go up to the maturity model. So then that will be more sustainable when we achieving sustainable development as an organization. So thank you for this.
Thank you, Dr. Alaka from University of California. Yes, it is interesting. You mentioned about what is this maturity model and also the audit. That's a very important thing. Even I wanted to add at the end. So sustainable audit. So normally I know that many organizations don't do sustainable audit, even though they do financial audit and other things, even HRM audit. So therefore, under sustainable audit, yes, it is possible to do a kind of stakeholder audit, and then safety audit, and then we have welfare audit, and even environmental audit. So then another thing that I want to add is institutionalizing the right responsibility for social and environmental sustainability. Here we can do many things really. One thing is, of course, we have to have a separate goal for that. Then we have to develop, we have to start a separate department called the Sustainable Affairs Department. Of course, if the relevant financial affordability is there and all these things, there are limitations, of course. But, alternatively, what I am presenting a kind of list. Then partnerships, then we can use philanthropical things, then advocacy, even from organizational behavior perspective, they will advocacy. We have no time to discuss all this, but then we cost-related marketing, there's something called, then managerial loans, under managerial loans, if there are certain employees, especially managerial level, if they are seriously interested in contributing to social, environmental sustainability, then they can be given with kind of, leave, and then they can go out with pay or without pay and then contribute voluntarily to various sustainable movements organized by the relevant societies, relevant non-governmental organizations. Right, now our time is very limited. Now the time is 12:54. 12:54. Even though the 2 hours have been allocated for these panel discussions, but I think the timing is going to be a problem. Yes, it's not our problem, but anyway, however, let me, ask the final question. I expect your answers in very brief for the purpose of saving time. For the other two keynote speakers, Professor Parasuraman and Professor Desler. So my last question, are there, even though this is very important and all these things, are there barriers for sustainability? Are there barriers, inside the organization, outside the organization? So then, Professor Samanthi first, yes.
Yes, sir. I think that is very pertinent issue to address. I think in my point of view, within the organization, the main factor that acts as an impediment to sustainability is lack of clear vision as to sustainability in the organization. And as a result, we observe a silo approach to the organizational activities, and they do not look at the broad implication of organizational activities in terms of social and environmental implications. Other aspect is, as you also pointed out this aspect, now sometimes we talk so much about sustainability, sometimes included in the value system, but it is not institutionalized in the organization. So broader level, the philosophy is there, but it had not cascaded down to the systems, functions in the organization. As a result, even though there is a philosophy, you don't see an institutionalization of the sustainability dimension in the activities of the organization. Another thing, I think education-wise also there is a problem. Lack of opportunities, lack of training on sustainability dimension. So that is also important for people to understand the importance of this aspect. So it has to be embedded into our educational system, not as a particular course in a degree program or not a specific postgraduate degree focusing on it. I think from the school level, this has to be brought into our system. Then only this change that we can expect. I think with the time limitation,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Samanthi. Yeah. Then now Professor Pavitra, yes.
Yeah, in addition, I will also look at barriers in terms of sustainability of a country and sustainability in terms of for an organization. Like what Professor Sinaratna pointed out, our values, the knowledge we have, the employees, customers' attitude in terms of sustainability is very much important. And from a country perspective, again, the government's the belief and real commitment. If they don't have the commitment, merely pay lip service, then sustainability would not be achieved. So in terms of barrier, basically it's the people, whether it's politicians, it's whether employees or the society. So when it's the people that I would say are the barriers in terms of our thinking, the knowledge we have, the belief in terms of the aspects of sustainability. We need to really internalize and we look at it very long-term oriented without just saying, okay, I'm going to live only so many years, let me be happy, make the maximum out of it, die without really looking at the future generations. Short-term orientation is also one of the main barriers. So in order to overcome, I would say there should be top-down and bottom-up approach. So if the governments, organizations are not doing it, the people, the society need to push this agenda up. And also at the same time, we need to have good governments, which will, if the people don't realize and are not supportive of the sustainability practices, top-down approach is also needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pavitra. Dr. Dinuka, yes.
Before I speak about the challenges, I would like to very briefly mention, although I'm proposing a very radical approach to sustainable business, that does not mean that I disagree with anything the other scholars have mentioned. Yes, they're all important, and I think those are the directions in which we should go. As Dr. Iccm Singh mentioned, we have to go from 0 to 1 and so on. So I do agree with them. But at the same time, the question is whether it's too little too late, whether it would become too little too late in terms of the sustainability of the world as a whole. So speaking of challenges, so the kind of sustainability initiative that I have proposed today, there will be nothing but challenges because from the panel itself, immediately following what I said, the idea came, is it practical? Well, it will not be practical if we think within our current paradigm, right? It is that is the challenge, breaking out of this mold that we are in, the modern capitalistic thinking system that we were born into and brought up in. As long as we think within it, it will seem impractical. And that is the challenge, because it requires the entire business community and the government world over to step out of their comfort zone and adopt a radical new way of thinking. It's a paradigm shift. But what I feel is that it does not mean that it's impossible, right? Paradigm shifts have happened in history. That is the beauty of the human race, right? We are capable of innovation. We are capable of thinking in radically new ways. And I believe that we are also capable of finding the courage to act on radically new ideas. And I feel that is why these kind of discussions and brainstorming are really important. And as a concluding remark, I would like to thank the conference organizers for giving us this opportunity to have this very timely discussion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Dinuka from University of Colombo. Now, Dr. Nalaka, yes.
So as a brief overview of that one, I think so that the biggest problem of sustainability is there's no common agreement. So then as we started the discussion, there are so many definitions, means there are so many perspectives. So when it comes to organization level also, these perspectives are there. So when it comes to as a country, so we need to think about how we can define sustainability from the grassroots perspective. Now almost all definitions are coming from the outside in view. So we are the UN come up with the sustainable development goal. We are trying to achieve those things, but we need to think about inside out view, how we can identify the sustainability and culturalize sustainability in Sri Lanka. So then we need to have broader discussion like this, and we need to come up with some kind of a KPIs in terms of footprints and all these things. Where are we? So if we don't understand the baseline figures, where are we, then all these things that we are expecting to do might not be possible. So therefore my perspective is the major barrier is, so we need to culturalize the term sustainability, and we need to come up with the national level KPIs, how we can measure and how we are in sustainability. Then we can think about, okay, this is the baseline figures, then what is the direction that we need to go step by step. So that's the answer for that question, Professor.
Yes, thank you. Yes, because our time is limited, so let me, according to previous studies, done by the Economist Intelligence Unit, the immediate financial goals are more urgent. That's very big barrier, and also lack of funding, even absence of a compelling business case. Indeed, we can develop seriously the business cases and also moral cases for sustainability, and also lack of knowledge and capacity for sustainable policies. Also, from my perspective, there are three major barriers to sustainability. One is this cynicism. Normally, people think of cynicism. So that is an attitude towards people. Normally, people are selfish. They don't think, they think of themselves. They don't think of others. And if they are selfish, they never think of even animals and other, things. So therefore, this is a big, problem, big barrier, cynicism. Then when people are selfish, an organization is a formal group consisting of people. Then if people are selfish, there's no point of talking about sustainability. Then the other thing is skepticism. Skepticism, a skeptic is a person, he disbelieves that sustainability is essential. He believes that the only goal of the business organization is maximizing profits. Maximizing profits, not thinking of environment, natural environment, not thinking of work-community balance and other things relating to the society in general. So then the other problem is, surprisingly, there's a barrier called anti-environmentalism. There are certain movements also, they work against the sustainability. Even they try to discourage the government intervention and also the environmental laws. They want to discourage, they don't want to foster or encourage the environmental law and also the government intervention, surprisingly. So therefore, these are serious challenges. Then finally, because of our limited times, thank you very much for all the contributions, which are indeed significant from all the three panelists. And thank you very much. Indeed, I think, we have done a significant contribution on this theme at this very important event, even though it is online. So then my final thing is, individually, okay, we were talking about the things that can be done by organizations. Then individually, you and I, what can we do? Also, there's a lot of, that's why I mentioned earlier, sustainability is an umbrella term that covers that covers or contains a lot of actions, a lot of things which can be done individually also. Why can't we be? Why can't we become green? Green. Normally, I have in my several research papers, I have defined this greening. What is greening? And then I'm emphasizing that every employee, normally a normal employee needs to be made green. So therefore, that's why HRM is there to make normal employees into green. That's why it is green HRM. So we have to, we are supposed to contribute to preservation of the natural environment, conservation of the natural environment. Then creating looking like natural places, like parks and other things, depending on our affordability. And also the no contribution or avoidance of contribution to environmental pollution. These things individually also we can do that. Okay, then thank you very much. I think our work is now over. So wish you all the best.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, moderator and the dignitaries who have delivered a thought-provoking discussion on the various aspects of the sustainability development. To cap it all, dignitaries have shed the lights on the various definitions of every aspects of the sustainability development and its dimensions and how it applicable to organization and approaches to organizational structure, and more than that, the barriers for the success of sustainability development. I'm quite sure that all the participants who are here are gifted ones from which they have gained a wisdom of knowledge regarding the sustainability development. And again, in fact, the lunch hour is the best hour of any day. I can see the sparkle in your faces while I'm saying it's a lunch hour. So now you all can have good food with the good people in the canteen. Thank you.